Bill, how are you? Hi, Sean. How are you? Good to see you. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. Ready.
I'd like to call the Westerly Town Council meeting in order for Monday, July 21, 2025. First on the agenda is invocation with Councilor Shalaba.
I just want to say recently I experienced a great loss in my life. And with all the turmoil and things that are going on in this world, just be kind to each other, love each other, call people, let them know that they matter because tomorrow is never promised. Thank you.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which is one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Next on the agenda are recognitions, awards, and memorials. First, we have a condolence for George Kent, read by Councilor Aiello.
The Westerly Town Council expresses condolences on the death of George Kent, a well-known and respected citizen, in the recognition of his 70 years of bringing music to the community. In 1956, at the age of 19, Mr. Kent became the organist at Christ Church, and with support and guidance from members of the Christ Church choir and its clergy, he assembled the Christ Church concert choir comprised of singers of all ages. In 1960, the concert choir became its own organization, the Community Chorus, known today as the Chorus of Westerly, becoming one of Southern New England's premier arts organizations, respected for its excellence in performance, in education, and in community connection. Mr. Kent will also be remembered for many beloved traditions, including a celebration of Twelfth Night, Christmas Pops, and, of course, Summer Pops, the biggest single-day event of the Westerly community since 1981. The Westerly Town Council extends to the family and friends of said George Kent its sincerest sympathy, with the hope that it offers some comfort in their time of sorrow. signed by all counselors. And Mrs. Kent and anybody from the family is welcome to come up. Do we have any family member? Oh, there we go. So many people here tonight.
Sorry.
Thank you.
I must say that George Kent was an icon for Westerly, for URI, for the state of Rhode Island, and he set such a standard for all of us, such happiness he brought to our community, and he will definitely be missed. Thank you so much. Next is appreciation for veterans of Korean Wars, read by Councilor Vandover.
The Westerly Town Council extends appreciation to all veterans of the Korean War. In recognition of their brave service and sacrifice to our country, the Korean War, often referred to as the Forgotten War, started on June 25th, 1950, and ceased upon an armistice on July 27th, 1953. Though no official peace treaty was signed, the Town Council is honored to pay special tribute to and say welcome home to the millions of Korean War veterans, and to give thanks for their devotion to duty, and to recognize the sacrifices they and their families made for this country, and to join the residents of the Westerly community in remembering those forgotten veterans on the 72nd anniversary. In witness hereof, we have hereby set our hands and caused the seal of the town of Westerly to be hereunto affixed this 21st day of July, 2025. All counselors signed.
I just want to thank you all for recognizing the Korean veterans here. I was drafted too late for the Korean War. I was drafted in the Vietnam War, but I did go serve in Korea for 13 months. And I just want to tell you, it was a wonderful nation with wonderful people. We're very appreciative of the Americans who saved their necks. It was a terrible time that they went through. And we still have 28,000 American soldiers over there right now defending that nation. And hopefully today we can think of them being far away from their home and loved ones. And one thing I learned when I was in Korea was real quick, I'm not a good singer, but I got to sing a song to you. Yoldo si toningire de morichunga, polnuldo mañana nakirarojine. And it goes on. And I would go out when I ever came back from the village, all the kids would point at me and they'd sing this song. And I had no idea what they were singing. Well, we all served, we had, every American soldier had a Korean soldier serving right next to him. They're called KATUSAs, Korean Augmentation to the United States Army. So I asked my KATUSA, Sergeant Kim, I said, what did I sing the song? What are they singing to me? And they say, oh, that's a very famous Korean folk song. It's called Daemuri Chunga. It's about a bald-headed bachelor. And every night he goes out to play, and every morning he comes back, and he's still a bald-headed bachelor. Oh, very much.
It's a great story. We had lined out the next proclamation. We'll deliver that on August 4th for the Purple Heart Day. Next, we have presentations. First is lead service line replacement opportunity, community infrastructure partners, EcoFlow lead-free program. This is was approached to the manager, and the manager has this for us, this good news for us. Sean, would you like to expand?
Yeah, I can just, they're gonna, go over a presentation on a program to, we have roughly 1,500, 2,000 lead services in town on the public and private side. A program that we're gonna be looking to enter into that'll basically clear up all the services or restore any lead services, within a 24-month period. There's funding available, which they'll go through. There's grant funding available in certain areas in town, but it will cover both the public and private side. As we know, we're mandated to change these lead services out. So I'll let them give you the presentation and to educate us all on it.
Thank you, everyone. Appreciate you having us. Tough act to follow, a Korean War veteran, stand-up comedian. So we'll do our best with this, a little drier information, but important all the same. My name is Sean Karashki. I'm President and CEO of Community Infrastructure Partners. Sean Agate is our Chief Business Officer. We're going to go through some slides very quickly. I will not read all of this, I promise you. But this is based on the federal infrastructure law, and it's very complicated. So there's a lot to it. We'll do it at a pretty high level, but obviously welcome any and all questions you have. So as Sean said, there is a mandate right now and federal funding available for 5 years. All replacements must be done over a 10-year period starting in 2027. So there are different ways that you could go about doing this. Federal funding is $15 billion going out to all the states. Rhode Island is getting the minimum just simply based on size, but it's still $28.5 million a year. We'll get about $142 million a year. The Rhode Island Infrastructure Bank is administering that, but the DOH is setting all the rules and guidelines for that. Like I said, it is complicated. It's being administered by census tract, and no one has really applied for this money yet except for Providence. So no one has pushed the envelope yet on getting funding based on census tract, but that's going to be very critical for Westerly, obviously, as you'll see in a minute based on what your designations are. So the challenge in a lot of places is because it's a competitive annual process for applying for the funding, it's hard to know what you're ultimately going to get in the form of principal forgiveness, which is grants, and what you're going to get in the form of loans. Rhode Island's loans currently are 0% over 20 years. We think that there's an appetite and an opportunity to get that stretched to 30 years. Principal forgiveness is just exactly that. No match required, straight free money. So this is really a windfall for any community that has lead service lines. And the opportunity is very good for Westerly, given that only Providence to date has applied for this money. This is the 3rd year that this funding has been available, and still Providence has been the only one that's asked for it. So as we said, the opportunity for Westerly, and Sean teed this up, is we deliver this work through what's called the community-based public-private partnership. It's not actually a P3 for those who are familiar with it. It's just the name that was given to it when the EPA created this delivery model about 15 years ago. But the idea is basically, how do you use these massive infusions of federal dollars as economic development for the communities that you work in? So the idea for something like this is over the 2-year period of implementing something like this, is to use as many local small businesses as possible to get this work done. As I said earlier, we're really trying to get Rhode Island Infrastructure Bank to move from 20 to 30 years. They tease 40. I think that might be a bridge too far, but 30 would be really good. And then we do this all in a performance-based contracting structure. We never bill time and materials. So the way that works is we tie our compensation specifically to a not to exceed line price. So if we say it's X dollars, that's what it is. If it goes over, we eat the difference. And typically we're always under, and that money stays in the pool, and we were able to get more lines replaced. So our flagship program in Wisconsin in the first year, we were supposed to replace about 553 lines. Because we got such good pricing, we ended up doing about 605 lines. So that's the model that we do and plan to bring that here. Now for the part that everybody cares about, the financials, which Sean can talk about.
So these numbers here are based on the inventory list that we've seen for Westerly. We estimate there's about 2,000 addresses with a lead pipe. A lot of those are partial lead pipes, not full lead pipes. So the public side may have already been replaced, but just the private side has a lead service line. I think what's interesting about Westerly is Westerly as a town itself does not qualify for principal forgiveness the way that Rhode Island calculates disadvantaged communities. So if Westerly applies as a town, you won't get any principal forgiveness. But as you look at a census tract basis, 78% of your lines are in 3 census tracts that are disadvantaged, which you'll see on a prior slide. So looking at that makeup of where the lead service lines exist throughout Westerly, we're estimating that you can get about $6 million or even a little more than $6 million in principal forgiveness grants, as long as you take advantage of the last 3 years of this federal funding from the bipartisan infrastructure law. As Sean mentioned, Providence is the only one getting money today. They're getting all of the money, but Westerly could absolutely tap into that, especially looking at a census-based census tract basis. So to replace 2,000 lead service lines, we're estimating it'll be about $16.5 million, which is about $8,300 a line. That's based on our actual costs that we've seen in other programs. And that does break down based on full versus partial. We think we can do that in about 24 months versus if you did it over a 12-year period, you'd have to pay for the inflation and you'd lose out on a lot of the principal forgiveness that's available. The plan that we established here, it's all conceptual, but we would assume 700 in year 1 as we ramp up and then 1,300 replacements in the following year. So the 24-month period, you're completely lead free. So this is what I was talking about on the census tract basis. You have 6 census tracts that includes Pawcatuck. 3 of the 6 are disadvantaged, and that's really important to Westerly, again, because as a town, you don't qualify for any principal forgiveness. But if you apply on a census tract basis, you will get about $6 million of free money. And that's important because 78%, more than 3/4 of your line, are within those 3 census tracts. This is all based on how Rhode Island Infrastructure Bank and RIDO create their affordability calculation. And this is based on the actual inventory as well as some assumptions where we've seen unknowns. We will go and verify any remaining unknowns that Westerly does have. And then this slide right here is kind of a comparison slide that looks at, here's what it looks like over 2 years, maximizing that principal forgiveness versus if you just do it by the minimum compliance deadline by 2037. If you do it by 2037, you're doing about 130 lines a year. And with inflation and without taking advantage of that free money, that's going to cost you about $33 million, factoring in interest rates and everything. But again, with taking advantage of the $6 million of principal forgiveness that we think we can get you, that'll cost you about $10 million of loans that you have to repay, and then $6.5 million in grants to get to that $16.5 million total cost. So it's significantly faster and a lot cheaper, both on a total volume as well as if there was any rate impact, which it sounds like in discussions that you will not have to do anything related to rates. But here's what that looks like just in this comparison table.
So basically, if you think about this, and plenty of places are choosing this, you can be in compliance and do what's on the left, but basically you're going to pay 3x over that period of time and perpetuate having lead service lines in the ground. So in effect, you could take a $28 million problem and get it solved for $10 million if you take advantage of the money that's available for this short window of time. That's it. Questions?
Thank you, Counselor.
I'd like to jump into the public versus private lead abatement. Most homeowners I know will replace the pipes inside the buildings. Where there's a little bit of issue is when they start talking about digging up their front yard. So what are we talking about? I'm assuming the curb to the house is still gonna be on the private homeowner, or is this money possibly, no?
It's
Go
not.
ahead.
Yeah. So, so to start, the money is specifically targeted to the disadvantaged communities, and that is principal forgiveness. You cannot charge the homeowners if they qualify for the full replacement. So that you,
Define full replacement. What are you saying?
so the private side, so you cannot charge back a homeowner or a resident where they're getting principal forgiveness to replace the line from the curb to the house. You also can, and it does cover though the public side of that as well. So it's a huge advantage for the city or for the town to do those full replacements in the disadvantaged communities. So we typically prioritize getting those done first because you don't know how much money is going to be left in year 4 and
So you're telling me if you're in one of these 3 census tracts that are disadvantaged, we'll replace it all the way to the house?
correct.
Wow, that's nice.
And you
Let me
have
just
to
interrupt
also.
I think you're confused. This program does private and public for the entire town. Everything is 100% done.
Oh,
So
Yeah.
that's our responsibility to go and get
It's
homeowners.
both sides of everything. The private side would not be paid back by the property owner because it's in the census tract and it's funded by the grant funding. The properties that are not in that tract, the private side, we will have to come up with a plan to bill the property owners for their private service. But the program restores everything 100%.
Yeah. So
Both
there's,
sides.
2 components to that. So one is just by way of background, I'll do it in 30 seconds. Historically, the reason why this is the way it is across the country is where those lines remain, the people, whether it's the residents or the homeowners, never had the money to replace them. So when cities would do street work, they would do the public side and then they would ask the resident, hey, while we're here doing this work, do you want us to replace your side? And they would say, I don't have $30, let alone $3,000 or $4,000. So those all stayed in the ground, primarily on the private side. The federal funding does not allow you to do any partial replacements unless the public side has already been done. So you can't do what you had asked.
Well, you can't do what I just said?
Not.
You can't leave a partial lead service line in the ground.
Okay, then I'm gonna take it one step further. Are we going right into the house and cleaning out all the pipes on floor 1, 2, and 3 for PVC as well, or just?
No, just the
Okay.
connection to the meter in the basement.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. So then to your other question, which I do think is important because this has been a challenge in a lot of places around the country. The way we structure this is there's typically a third-party inspector. So they work for the program, but they don't work for us. They work for the town. And their job, aside from making sure that the line is replaced to code and compliance, is we're not done until they say that the home has been restored to its previous condition. So whether that's yard, driveway,
Wow.
in the basement, whatever that is, it's to give you guys assurance that you don't have people leaving holes in the ground, leaving angry residents, because that has been a huge problem across the country.
Outstanding.
Council Vandover.
Hi, thanks for coming out and explaining this. We appreciate it. I just have one question. So if you already did the work, because some people in this town have already dug up their front lawns and put their own in, and they fall in that census tract, can they be reimbursed as well, or it's already a done deal?
It's already a done deal.
Okay, all righty. That was my only question. Thank you.
Council Niemeyer.
Thank you for coming and presenting us with this really cool opportunity. Do you, could you explain a little bit about how this relationship works? Are we the applicant and you are the subcontractor?
Yeah.
Okay. How does the reporting work? Do you have experience with the, is this federal reporting or is this because this was dispersed by the Rhode Island Infrastructure Bank? Is the reporting done to them?
Yeah, it goes it goes, so two questions. So the first one is we typically end up doing all the applications for our partners because it's onerous and complicated. And so typically we even have a login to their system, but you guys are the borrower of that. So two-step process, intent to apply, and then an application process, rolling basis in Rhode Island. In terms of reporting, yes, all the compliance reporting and everything we pull together. So it truly is turnkey. Driven by, it's a resource issue in most public works departments or most cities. So it's kind of a la carte. People choose to play no role or play a little more of a heavy-handed role. It's entirely up to you guys what you want to do.
Well, it's great to hear that you'll do the heavy lifting when it comes to the reporting. Is there how does the relationship work with the private side, replacing those lead lines with the reporting? Is there some sort of census survey that has to go out? Do they have to provide some sort of documentation? How would that work for the homeowner?
Yeah, so in October of 2024, every utility in the entire country needed to identify the service material on both the public side and the private side. So in some cases, if you knew you stopped using lead in 1970, whatever, you could just eliminate all homes that were built after that. You still needed to go to every single one and verify the material manually. So a lot of places still they designate them as unknowns. It's not a workaround though, because as part of that 10-year replacement rule, any unknowns count as lead. So the incentive is to identify those. So in order to identify the rest of your unknowns at this point, we will go to every single home. And so part of that outreach and engagement piece is really the most critical part of this. So it's who is partnering with us to be the ones that knock on the door and get the trust of the homeowner, not only to let you in the house, which is the first step of verifying the material, but then you need them to sign a right of entry that gives you permission to come back and actually do that replacement. So the success or failure of all of these programs is not on the construction and engineering side, it's on the community outreach and engagement side. Because if they don't believe you, trust you, know that you're going to put their home back the way it was, you're not getting in the door and they're not signing that.
Gotcha. One last question. Is
Sure.
this subject, do you know if this grant is subject to the Build America, Buy America?
It is.
Okay. All right. Good to know. Thanks.
Sure.
Thank you. Council Healy?
Thank you guys for coming. The one thing that really stuck out to me was when you said that you think you can get us the 6 million.
Mhm.
Can you tell us why or how that could not happen?
Yeah, I mean, there's a chance that the state of Rhode Island is oversubscribed and there's more applicants beyond just Providence. We don't expect that because we actually met with RIB a few weeks ago and they said they've given Providence the full amount the first 2 years. Providence hasn't spent the money yet. So this is the kind of the perfect time for Westerly to step in before Providence takes all of the money. But that would be the only way, or if we, for some reason, started in those 3 census tracts that were not principal forgiveness, which we wouldn't recommend, then you wouldn't be getting free money.
And I think, Councilwoman, is why time really is of the essence, because we know, we won't say them, but we are talking to other communities that do have disadvantaged pockets that could go after the same money as you guys are going after. They're not ready. So really, you want to get out ahead of them because, as Sean said, it is a competitive process. If they get their acts together and go after it, you still may get that full amount, but it's going to be more competitive. So that's why pushing all of your census tract principal forgiveness up front and moving as quickly as possible is going to be your best remedy to get as much of that as you can.
And then you think that any kind of construction that would go in 2027, or is that when the ball would start rolling with us?
26.
26, okay.
Yeah. So what we would do if we're partnering with you guys to do this is we would immediately start mobilizing on outreach and engagement to do the verifications and get as many of those rights of entry signed so that as soon as ground breaks in the spring and you can get in the ground, you're starting to do those replacements.
Okay, perfect. Thank you guys so much.
Mhm.
Council Yellow?
Yeah, just real quick. Maybe I should have waited to do mine, but one less you got to do. My only question is maybe not for you, but for the manager is how soon can we get this going?
But as Sean, I mean, it's pretty odd. You have three Seans in a row in a presentation, but
He spells it the right
one
way at
does
least.
spell it correctly, but that's fine.
Yeah.
But we've already done the survey. The survey's been done for all our services. Now, there are some unknowns, as was mentioned, but the water side has done the survey last year, so we can be almost immediate.
So we could get something on the next agenda.
Next agenda. Well, yeah, that's the plan. I'll come back to the
Okay.
contract on the next agenda.
Did you want to go, Councilor Shalaba?
Yeah, that was one of my questions. I wanted to know, with this grant process, you know, you said time is of the essence. We get this going, moving it fast. When is the earliest you can actually do it, or it has to be something that has to be done in the springtime?
Well, construction would have to be in the spring. You just never know how the ground is. We're working in northern Wisconsin where the lines are 7.5 feet deep and the construction season as a result is only like 5 months. You have a longer construction season, but in terms of, because of the seasonality of it, you really can't lock down whoever is your low bidder on the construction side, assuming that you may be able to get in the ground earlier. So we assume, just to be safe, probably going to start in April, but you'll have plenty of time to get that many lines replaced.
And then the 0% financing and stuff, that's something we work with you on, Sean? Okay, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just have a couple of follow-ups. I appreciate all the questions that you've already answered. How comprehensive is this again? Is this for the entire town with all the lead services, even if they're not a disadvantaged neighborhood?
Yeah, so every lead service line is pledged to be out of the ground by 2037. So it's the lead and copper rule. The lead and copper rule improvements go into effect November of 2027, and that's when your 10-year window starts.
You still get a 0% interest rate on the lines that don't qualify for principal forgiveness.
Okay. And the work is done by consultants to your CIP firm? Or?
Yeah, so the way we typically do it is we will bid out the construction work on behalf of the town. We hold all of the contracts. And the primary reason we do that is experientially what we've learned is there's a difference between contractor capacity and workforce development. And the main piece is contractors are available to do this work today, but choose not to. And a lot of the reason they choose not to is they don't want to work for the cities because it takes them too long to get paid. It's too bureaucratic. So by virtue of us being able to hold their contracts, we typically pay them net 15, net 20, even before we get remission. And the reason for that is we want as many people to compete in the bidding process to drive down pricing.
Sounds great. So this will help the water department. This burden will be off of the town. And it also includes Pawcatuck.
Chris, could I ask Sean one question on this?
Sure.
So if you, the way I'm getting is if you're not in one of the disadvantaged census tracts, it's still gonna be on the homeowner to do the curb to the house and the town, they'll have to pay the town back? What do you
Yeah,
think?
no, it'll
These
get done
contractors
through
will
this
do the
program.
work.
It'll be 100% done through the program. We as the town
Yeah,
will, if outside of the census tract, will be recouping the money from the private side of the people.
so,
that are
so,
on
so
the census
the-
tract.
outside of
That,
disadvantage.
we can set it up as an interest-free loan to them to pay
Uh-huh.
back to the town, whatever the cost share is.
All right, thank you.
I think that covers everything. Any other counselors have questions? Well, thank you so much for
Thank
bringing
you.
this to our attention.
Thank
And
you.
we'll move
Appreciate
this-
it.
We'll move
Thanks.
this quickly. This is badly needed in Westerly. Next, we have a presentation for Spring Avenue Extension Coastal Resources Management Council application presented by Michael Rubin Esquire on behalf of Caroline Contrada. Welcome, Mr. Rubin.
Welcome. Thank you. A little bit, all thumbs when it comes to anything technological. I think this is the tech guy who's going to help me out. There you go. You can just get me to my presentation and I can take it from there. Thank you so much. My name's Mike too. That's not me, that's me.
So just as you get started, this has been a great emphasis on Spring Avenue over the last 3 or 4 years, maybe longer. And progress has seemed to be going forward, seemed to be being made, and you're going to present the work that you've done and your collaboration with our town solicitor and the Attorney General's office and a title attorney from Cameron and Middleton.
Yeah.
Did I get that right? Okay.
Perfect. On Monday, October 16th, 1939, at exactly 10:50 a.m., a transaction took place just a few feet from where we're sitting downstairs in the clerk's office. At that moment, a representative of the predecessor of the Weekapaug Fire District came into Clerk Whipple's office, it was Clerk Whipple at that time, and presented the plat that you see on the screen, which is also the plat counterparts of which are around the room in 3 places. In that moment, Clerk Whipple was duty bound under a statute that had been passed 16 years beforehand in 1923, a Westerly specific statute. Under that statute, Clerk Whipple was duty bound to assure that the zoning board had pre-approved that plat and that the zoning board's pre-approval was endorsed on the plat. So there would be no mistake about it. And only then, under the statute, did Clerk Whipple receive that plat for filing. And when you look on the screen, you see, in addition to the whole plat, String Avenue extension in the lower left. Those are not lines of closure. Those are just surveyor's measurements. You see this approved stamp of the zoning board is the lower of the 2 stamps. And you see Clerk Whipple's acceptance. And you see the date of the plat, which is in April 1939. There is a date of 1920 as well, because it was a revision plat. So in that moment, subject to a condition, which I will get to in a moment, in that moment, Spring Avenue extension became, for purposes of public passage and not for town liability, a town road that was part of the highway system of the town of Westerly. And it could only be, subject to a condition, removed from that status by a full, formal, official abandonment by this council, a procedure that I think you're all aware of, which has never taken place. Now, what is the condition that I referred to? It had to be made safe for travel, and the Highway Commission had to find that it was safe for travel. Now, there are some ifs, ands, or buts, but unless we're going to go on too long, I'll distill it down to that. But what we have here is that upper endorsement that you see in that inset. And the upper endorsement is the endorsement of the Highway Commission. And it says approved. Approved as to what? Approved that it was safe for travel. So the condition was already fulfilled at that moment that took place downstairs from where we're sitting. And if you go down another level and go down that narrow spiral staircase and go to Plat Book 2, you will find this plat. And it's important to look at that original because on the digitized copies, the digitized counterparts that appear in the land records portal, you don't see those 2 stampings. And then you don't know to look for that 1923 statute. Now, this approach, this argument, should not be characterized as Michael Rubin's argument, should not be characterized as Bill Conley's argument, should not be characterized as Peter Nerona's argument. It's all of our argument. But moreover, it is also Joe Priestley's argument and Justin Shea's argument. Justin Shea being the attorney that you, Mr. President, referred to a few moments ago as the attorney from Cameron and Middleman, a very esteemed title attorney who happens to be a summer resident of this town. It is also the opinion of, or the argument of Joe Priestley, a title attorney retained by Caroline Contrada with contributions from Save the Bay. And Joe Priestley is the title attorney that, not to put too fine a point on it, kicked my rear end in the Squamish case because he was on the other side. And it is his view, too, that all of these pieces fit together and mean that this is a town road of the town of Westerly. Now, that is not the only argument that we're making. We are also making, for some reason I'm missing a slide.
What were you missing?
Especially in this arrow here, there's a fourth slide.
It's missing.
I wanted to show a fourth slide. I wonder if there was a three-slide version, a four-slide version. I wonder if the three-slide version got loaded. But the bottom line here, it worked great in the dress rehearsal. But the bottom line here is that the fourth slide is a photograph. It's an aerial photograph taken in 1941 or thereabouts. We can place it as between 1940 and 1944. That photograph was discovered by Ben Weber. And I thank Ben for that research. And that aerial photograph shows Spring Avenue extension as being clear of debris and being safe for passage. It also shows, and took Ben Weber to see this, but now once he pointed it out to me, I could see it clearly. It shows a person in 1941 or thereabouts, after this plat, walking on that Spring Avenue extension. It was safe for travel. And with that, I'll conclude. We'll get the photograph for you at some point. Yeah, I just say to Mike, there were two versions, a three-slide version, a four-slide version, and the four-slide version had been loaded earlier. So, whatever. I don't want to get bogged down in that.
I know this, thank you, Alex. There's quite a bit of detail that you could share with the council, but this is more or less to give an overview for the council, for the public, the amount of effort that is being expended for the public right-of-ways. And there's been comments that there hasn't been. But this is more or less to show we're serious about this. And this isn't the only one that we're serious about. Do you want to add anything, Mr. Conley?
I would simply thank Mike for making this presentation tonight, and his client allowing him to make this presentation tonight. Thank you, Caroline. The work that you see here, and frankly, as you just said, this is the overview. It's the overview. There's a lot of research in support of this that will be a part of a legal argument. The other point that I would like to make, and I think you heard it from Mike, but based on some of the conversation that you hear on occasion from the public, is that this town is fortunate, incredibly fortunate, on these rights of ways issues, to have a really good team working on this for you. Significant resources, as you just heard Mike present. Mike essentially has a distinguished career as the environmental advocate in the Attorney General's office before his retirement. This is not a hobby for Mike. This is what he did as a professional on behalf of the entire state of Rhode Island. He mentioned that as part of our team through Ms. Contrada and with your permission, with your prior council's permission, bringing in Justin Shea, we have two of probably among the 3 or 4 most esteemed title experts in the state of Rhode Island who have experience and knowledge at looking those issues and those issues related to it, specifically as to rights of way. You have the litigation experience from my office. Mike, you've been great, but the brightest thing I ever did was bring Sarah O'Toole into the mix. And so coupled with that expertise, that combined litigation experience, you have an expertise in municipal law that marries all that public law analysis that Mike referred to, the process that went on in the time. So the town probably more than it ever has in its history has been by circumstance and effort and intentionality put a team together of municipal legal experts with expertise in litigation, rights of ways experts, Attorney General's resources, property law experts in this area, all dedicated, all working together. We're probably, a cast of characters, I think, in some respect, but we work together as a team. And again, that was a 3,000-foot picture. The entire picture will be presented when we go to hearing in front of the Coastal Resources Management Council. And I know this is about Spring Avenue, but everything I think the council deserves and the public deserves to know that everything we just said about Spring Avenue and the resources that you have dedicated to it and the breadth of experience that you brought is also being brought to bear on all of your rights of ways issues. So when I give you legal advice as your attorney in these matters, as Mike just said, it's really the legal advice of that entire team. And it's been a privilege to work on this incredibly important issue for the town, and it's been a privilege to work on it with such a great team. So that's what I want to add.
I thank you for that.
If I may, Mr. President.
Connolly, did you want to go?
I have a question for Attorney, unless you want to continue your presentation, Mr.
Well, I found that image, and if I can improvise a little bit and approach, I can, if I can approach the jury, as it were, I can show you the image on my laptop. And since I teased it, I really have to show it.
Is this the picture Mr. Weber found?
Yes, it is.
Oh, yeah,
Right.
sure.
This is the picture I just and you have to see a person that happened. And you can see this is a boardwalk pen. And this is not looking of the current TV shot price. And the first is the way to imagine and the massive boardwalk pen. Again, not something of the current boardwalk pen. The current we call EV's path, goes basically from the set. But we're over here. We'll have to see like email the front of the and right here.
And that matches CP people. I just want. Thank
Mr.
you.
President.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, but I just want to say, I also know that the Weekapaug Fire, I see Joe Farthad, the Weekapaug Fire District Legal Counsel here, so you may hear the other side of the message as well, because that's the way this works, but, I just wanted to share that, the Weekapaug Fire District will take an opposing point of view.
Any councilors have any questions of Mr. Rubin?
I have one maybe of Mr. Conley or Mr. Rubin. First off, I want to acknowledge, I'm very happy you acknowledged Mr. Weber. He's been fighting for a long time, man. I've known Ben for 40 years. And, Ben he's not a rights away attorney. He's just a guy that grew up here that loves to go to the beach and do research. And thank you, Ben. I see him back there. So, Mr. Conley, what I wanted to ask you is, I know this case, we just had a Superior Court case, part of this. And I think the crux of that was to see if CRMC had to stop their process why this was carried forth in Superior Court. Now, if you could give us a bit of an update on that, because I was hoping that CRMC obviously would continue to get their investigation rather than have to pause it. So I'll turn it over to you.
Certainly. So two things. I want to do this before I forget, related to Spring Avenue. There was an error on the CRMC Rights of Way Subcommittee agenda. That matter was supposed to be down for August. The published agenda said it's down for tomorrow night. We double checked with them, with CRMC, and it was an error on their calendar. So so for those who saw that agenda, it'll be on their August agenda, not on the agenda for tomorrow. So the Weekapaug Fire District has brought a lawsuit against the town, against CRMC. Essentially, as you put it, without going through all the counts, analyzing the lawsuit, among other things, essentially saying that the CRMC should not go forward with its hearing, and it has all its legal arguments in support of it. The town has filed a motion to dismiss that complaint. And again, without going through all the arguments of the motion, we have various legal arguments in support of why we think that complaint should be dismissed in its entirety. We essentially had almost a two-day hearing, I guess maybe a day and a quarter, a day and a half, hearing on it in front of Judge Raspallo, who was the Superior Court judge hearing it. We sent a memo around after that hearing to the council, informing you that that hearing had taken place, judge heard arguments, and was going to issue a decision in that matter. So we're waiting for the decision.
Still waiting for it? When do you think they might make a decision? It's got to be soon, right?
I will await Judge Raspallo with all the patience and respect
Okay,
the jurist deserves.
fair enough.
I just want to thank Attorney Rubin for coming and presenting this information to us. And I want to thank Attorney Connolly for all the work that you're doing for us as well with all this. Thank you.
Any other councilors? Councilor Healy?
Just want to thank you. Thank you, Caroline, as well. I think I've mentioned it in the past with 3 new people up here. It's very, very easy to not know everything. So I appreciate you guys coming, giving us some more knowledge. It gives us even more to dive deeper into, and really pinpoints, for me, it pinpoints a lot with those stamps. So that's something that I'd like to continue to look into. So thank you. And thank you, Mr. Conlon.
Anyone else? Councilor Vandover?
I just want to say thank you. I appreciate you coming out here and presenting this. Thank you, Caroline. I know you do a lot of work on this stuff, so I appreciate it. And you've also reached out to me several times, and, we were able to finally connect and talk over some of this stuff. So thank you very much. Thank you, Bill, as usual. You're a hard worker. I'll give you that. Thank you.
Councilor Aiello?
Yes, thank you. Just, again, just to follow suit, I just wanted to thank the attorneys, Mr. Conley, his office, and Sarah, and Mr. Rubin, and all the others involved, Caroline, and Ben's had a couple of shout outs here, and Tony Palazzola's. I mean, so many people have spent hours and hours and hours researching and providing information, documents. It's one of one of the good things about involving the public too, is you can get, instead of having a handful of people, you have an entire group of people who can do a lot of research and provide that information. So my thanks to everybody who's helping with this and the other cases. Thank you.
Anyone else? I'll conclude as well. Thank you for bringing to light the amount of hard work that the 5 attorneys are supporting the town of Westerly with to guarantee public access to the shoreline. So thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
Moving now to citizens' comments.
Mr. President,
Yes.
make a motion to move to item 6, public hearing.
Is
It was-
there anyone in the audience that wants to speak to that? It's just the manager, really. I'll continue. Is there a second to Mr. Aiello?
I'll second for Mr. Aiello, yes.
All right. Motion made and seconded, discussion. I don't see any reason to move the agenda around other than preference. We're not here.
I
Just to
think you
get
might
this-
have a long citizen's comment. I think that's where Bill is going.
But I think only the manager is here to present item 6.
So I'd like to at least get that one item of business done.
Poll vote, Councilor Aiello,
Yes.
Councilor Niemeyer,
Yes.
No?
Yes.
Yes.
Chair votes no, so what is that? 4-3 yes, so we're on item 6. Thanks, Councilor Aiello. Oh, man. Item 6A, proposed
know.
ordinance. An ordinance in amendment of Article 9, regulations of Chapter 206 of the Westerly Code of Ordinances entitled Sewers. Amend Section 206-55, General Discharge Prohibitions, and Section 206-58, Specific Pollutant Limitations.
Motion.
Discussion and possible action.
Make a motion to open for public hearing?
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Discussion, hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We're in a public hearing. This is a chance for the public to speak on item 6A, the revised discharge standards for the sewer treatment plant. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak to this ordinance? Seeing none. Mr. Manager.
I can speak at this time. So this is just the limits of the discharge from the sewer treatment plant. They're set by DEM. So we really have no choice to change the limits. That's what they tell us we have to change them to. And they're in the ordinance, so we've just updated the ordinance. I ask if you pass this proposed ordinance, it's just passed based on the with the approval of DEM. That's how they've asked to do it, because then it goes back to them. They approve those limits one last time, then our ordinance goes into effect.
Motion to close the public hearing and adopt the ordinance with the caveat to pending DEM approval.
Second.
Motion made and seconded by Councilor Niemeyer. Discussion? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ordinance is approved.
I did it both.
Have a motion to go back to citizens' comments. Item
So moved.
4. Motion made and seconded by Councilor LaPetra. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, moving on to citizens' comments. We have a sign-up sheet that's been made available. Citizens who do not when addressing the council, please state your name and address. Please conduct yourself in an orderly and respectful fashion. Citizens will have up to 5 minutes and 1 opportunity to speak. The comments of the citizens assessing the portion of our meeting are neither adopted nor endorsed by this body, but heard as requested. And these comments would be limited to the agenda items only. So first on the citizens' comments is Lisa Ferraro.
Thanks for the time. Lisa Ferraro, Elm Street, Westerly, please. Thanks for the time to speak to you tonight on the proposed short-term rental ordinance matter. As this council moves forward to seek further review of this matter by the Economic Development Council and/or the Housing Subcommittee, I respectfully ask this council to be prepared to establish guidelines for review, as well as a framework for assessing any output from the EDC and the Housing Subcommittee, which has as you think about the your short-term rental proposed ordinance to address the affordable housing situation, which does have significant complexities. At the last meeting, there were comments made about the existential crisis for the affordable housing in Westerly. And so as you think about that, I'd like you to think about, where do the Westerly prices rate relative to other coastal Rhode Island communities? Is Westerly really an outlier? What about the lack of the significant amount of high-paying industry or jobs in the area, especially when compared to other areas that are commutable distance away? The overall cost increases in the past several years, including the increase in the real estate taxes for the town of Westerly as a result of the increases in property values. The overall increase in mortgage interest rates, which results in fewer homes for sale. There are a lot of factors affecting all residents of this town and country, not just in Westerly. Tack on to this, what is the increase in the number of out-of-state residents purchasing homes in Westerly, where real estate prices here are relatively cheaper than where they're coming from? How much of this is simply purchased as second homes, never to be rented? I'd like you also to think about ensuring that any assessment of the impact of short-term rental on the affordable housing shortage is fully supported by accurate and complete research and not just on conjecture or hypothesis. As you've seen in other Rhode Island coastal towns that have sought to take similar action, the towns have been sued and the court cases are still in various stages of hearing and or appeals, and are likely going to cost those towns a significant amount in legal and court costs. I certainly think after the presentation that we just heard on Spring Avenue, legal costs are better spent on right-of-way access. I'd like you also to consider the reasonableness of any assessment that short-term rental is having on the overall housing prices. With approximate 400 short-term rentals per the registry versus approximate 10,600 residential properties per Westerly tax roll, ask yourself, does it make sense that short-term rentals are truly having a significant impact on the shortage of affordable housing? How is that possible with such a small amount of short-term rentals relative to the total number of residential properties? Be prepared to ask and understand what other factors are affecting the increase in prices in Westerly. Are we unlike any other coastal town in Rhode Island? With the proximity of Rhode Island between New York and Boston, has there been an increase in out-of-state purchases of real estate, which is relatively cheaper than New York, Connecticut, and Massachusetts? As someone who's commuted from Westerly to Boston for work for the past 27 years, I can tell you affirmatively that the increase in the number of daily commuters from Westerly to Boston has exploded over the past 7 to 10 years. What is a reasonable outcome on affordable housing with respect to any proposed action that the town may take? What does that look like, and how would this be measured and assessed? What action is the town prepared to take if this anticipated outcome is not achieved? Think about what other alternatives could be used in any proposed action on short-term rentals. Consider what's the amount of hotel tax that Westerly would stand to lose in annual revenue for any limitation. Are there other means that could be employed on hotel and short-term rental to increase revenue to the town of Westerly to help address the affordable housing shortage? Look at what the state of Rhode Island just did with a so-called Taylor Swift tax versus an outright banning of short-term rental. Consider also what impact, if any, preventing some or all short-term rental will have on availability of residents for sale or rent. Pricing and sales are private and will be based on market prices. In addition, the long-term rental rules in Rhode Island for lead certification are extremely costly, cumbersome, and not landlord favorable. Overregulation of long-term rentals may deter anyone from seeking to provide any investment property for long-term rental. I humbly present these comments to this council prior to embarking on any review of housing assessment and certainly prior to taking any action that would otherwise end up causing this council to reduce the annual revenue from hotel tax, knowingly treat similarly, excuse me? Thank you.
Next we have Stephen Zipman.
Oh, thank you. Good evening, April Dinwiddie Fallon Trail. I recently served as the chair of the Multicultural Committee, and I'm speaking on agenda item 5C1B. A couple of weeks ago, I was interviewed for reappointment to the Multicultural Committee. At the beginning of that conversation, I was asked about my racial identity and referred to using a term rooted in slavery and racial classification. It had no place in the interview for public service. Questions about the actual work of the committee came only after my having to explain why the term used was problematic, and after unsolicited reflections about racial identities of other students this counselor grew up with, as well as her family structure and her Christian values. I felt this was disconnected from the role and responsibilities of serving on the Multicultural Committee, and it raised real concerns about how interviews are conducted, who gets asked what, and the power of elected officials. After sharing what occurred in the interview with the town council, I received a message from Councilor Vandover that read in part, "I did not know the word I used was offensive, and I appreciate you bringing it to my attention. Your explanation made me think about my own grandchildren who are multiracial. I will do better in the future." I appreciate that Town Councilor Vandover responded, but from apology must also come accountability, and from accountability, action. Putting the word aside, it was about the structure, tone, and content of the interview itself. Only after Councilor Vandover repeatedly asked or said, "I don't want any of
Point of
that."
order, Mr. President. This seems the only thing that's listed on the agenda is a review of the liaison appointments, not the content of one-on-one conversations or emails. It's about the review of liaison appointments. And I think this is a bridge too far. This could be in line with the second citizen's comments, but not the first one for agenda items only.
The conduction of the liaison. So, as a matter of water.
Bill, turn your mic on, please.
As with other matters of order, the question raised by Councilor Aiello is as order, it's up to the chair to rule on the order, and the question can then, if it's challenged, as it always is, it's a motion, a second, and put to a vote. That's the process.
The chair votes that this is part of the agenda. It was specific with the agenda setting meeting to allow this incident to be discussed. And it was put on the agenda to, in this fashion, to create this. So the chair votes not in favor of the point of order.
Well, I would appeal that decision because what you discussed in an agenda setting meeting is not what's on the agenda. The agenda is review of liaison appointments. I'm not saying you can't speak or anybody else can't speak, but at the second citizens comments where it's open to more things. This is an agenda item. What you and whoever else discussed in an agenda
Understood.
setting meeting
Did you, I already ruled on this. Did you want
No, discussion.
you appeal it?
Yeah, we'll appeal it. Discussion, though.
Yes, I appeal it.
Who seconded it?
I'll second it, and I want to discuss it.
Discussion.
Bill's right. As usual, you don't have a clue how to write an agenda. I mean, but putting that aside, your incompetence, putting that aside, why don't we get this out of the way in the first citizens' comments, Bill, rather than have everybody sit around and wait for the second?
Point of order, Mr. LaPetra, you don't have to be insulting
Oh,
to your.
learn to write an agenda.
I know you're good at it, but you don't have to be insulted.
Okay, well, getting back to my point, I think it'd be easier just to do this now, Bill. Everybody's here for this tonight. If we have everybody sit around and wait for the second citizens' comments, it doesn't belong at the first citizens' comments, but I say we waive it and let everybody speak on it now. That's my opinion.
Any other discussion, Councilor?
Just to mention, the letter is under section 9, town council reports, because it was asked and sent to all the councilors to be put on the agenda. So is my understanding, anything under town council report, town manager reports can still be discussed in the first citizens' comments.
Your understanding will be wrong. It's that second citizens' comments, Mary. But it's all right. I'd still want to do it in the first citizens.
So we had a discussion. There's now a vote by the body to overrule the chair's decision. Councilor Aiello?
Communication reports are not part of the agenda. The solicitor's already confirmed that several times. So no, I'm not saying not to speak, but not during the first citizens' comments. I'd like to get through the business of the council, the business of the town first. So.
So we're now doing a poll vote, Mr. Aiello.
So what, all right, so if we're voting yes, what are we doing? If we're voting
You're
no.
overruling the chair.
All right, so we're gonna overrule the, all right, so yes.
No.
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 I say let's discuss it. No.
Chair votes no as well, so we can continue with the presentation. I believe there's at least 3 minutes with a discussion.
I will continue. Pardon me? Oh. Questions about the actual work of the committee came only after my having to explain why the term used was problematic and after unsolicited personal reflections about racial identities of other students that she grew up with, as well as her family structure and her Christian values. It felt disconnected from the role and responsibilities of serving as on the multicultural committee. It raised real concerns about how interviews are conducted, who gets asked what, and how power of elected officials is exercised. After sharing what occurred in the interview with the town council, I received a message from Councilor Vandover that read in part, I did not know the word I used was offensive, and I appreciate you bringing it to my attention. Your explanation made me think about my own grandchildren who are multiracial. I will do better in the future. I appreciate that Councilor Vandover responded, but from apology must come accountability, and from accountability, action. Putting the word aside, it was about the structure, tone, and content of the interview itself. Only after Vandover repeatedly said, I don't want any of that DEI as part of the committee. She did ask me about the actual work of the committee and what the committee was hoping to achieve. For someone so vocal about how awful DEI is, I was left wondering why my racial identity and her experiences of diversity growing up were a major part of the conversation. Councilor Vandover admitted what she said, but neither she or the council has addressed the deeper issues. What is the process for interviewing candidates for town committees? Is there a protocol? Are all candidates interviewed and treated equally? And if not, why not? What I'm asking for is simple and necessary. First, town council should adopt a clear and consistent process for committee appointment interviews. No more one-on-one interviews and no more improv. Next, the town should invest in personal and professional development for all council members, training on lawful, respectful, and effective public engagement, especially in official capacities. I want to thank Town Councilor Niedermeyer. I want to thank you for your swift matter and attention as the Multicultural Committee liaison. That truly mattered to me. Councilor Healy, thank you for your support. Councilor Schlaba, thank you for your note. It really, I appreciated it. I also want to thank my multicultural committee colleagues. The dedication and the work that we're doing is very meaningful to me, and your presence here means a lot, as well as other committee members. I really hope that this moment is about when Westerly can move from an apology to accountability and action that puts measures in place to ensure that this kind of incident does not happen again to community members who are willing to serve the town.
We have Jeff Serra.
Good evening, folks. I'm Jeff Sarah, 64 Shore Drive. I too am speaking to address agenda item 5C 1B and to express deep concern and outrage regarding the unacceptable conduct of a counselor during a recent committee renewal interview. Councilor Vandover's use of a racial slur during that interview was not merely inappropriate, it was profoundly offensive and damaging. The term she used recalls a long and painful legacy of dehumanization of Black people. The US Census abandoned the term over a century ago, reflecting its deeply rooted offensiveness and its unsuitability in any modern context. That a sitting counselor in an official capacity use such a word while interviewing a community volunteer is both ethically and legally alarming. The language reflects an abuse of authority. It created an environment that not only personally distressed a volunteer, but also potentially exposed the town to legal liability. While Councilor Vandover has issued an apology, it falls short of addressing the broader transgression, a violation of public trust, a misuse of official authority, and an act that undermines the values of equity and dignity. Westerly citizens deserve better. I urge the council to respond seriously by taking the following actions. Censure Councilor Vandover for her conduct. Permanently remove her from the appointments committee, suspend her liaison appointments until she successfully completes mandatory professional training in cultural sensitivity and ethical governance, issue a formal apology to the injured party, acknowledging the harm done and affirming the town's commitment to respect and inclusivity. This moment presents a chance for the council to demonstrate leadership and to commit to systemic improvements. And I urge you to establish mandatory professional training for all council members in cultural competency, anti-discrimination practices, and appropriate conduct when engaging as a government official with the public. Develop a clear, legally sound, and respectful interview policy for all committee volunteer interviews, crafted in consultation with legal counsel to ensure fair and consistent treatment of all volunteer applicants for committee appointments. Councilor Vandover's behavior has compromised the public trust. In this moment, your decisive, transparent action can begin to restore that trust. I urge you to hold yourselves and one another to the highest standards of public service. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is President Tim Flanagan. Tim Flanagan.
Point of order, Mr. President.
Yes, sir.
All right. I appreciate everybody's, applause and stuff, but let's remind everybody that this is a council meeting and hold off the
Point well
applause.
taken. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Flanagan.
Thank you. My name's Tim Flanagan. I live at 34 Springbrook Road in Westerly, and I'm speaking tonight as a member of the Town of Westerly's Multicultural Committee. I speak as a member of the Town of Westerly's Multicultural Committee. I would like to read the following statement on behalf of the committee. It has been an honor for the members of this committee to serve our town to promote the full cultural richness of Westerly. To accomplish this work, we are committed to deepening our understanding of the perspectives of our neighbors who come from a wide range of cultural traditions. At our monthly meetings, we learn from one another during frank, open, and sometimes difficult conversations. And we extend this work through events such as the recent Neighbor Day celebration, which engaged several hundred neighbors from across Westerly. At our July 9th meeting, we learned the details of a reappointment interview in which the town councilor conducting the interview questioned the race of one of our committee members and used a racial slur to label it. After discussing the situation, the Multicultural Committee unanimously passed a motion to condemn questions about racial identity as part of any formal interview for membership on this or any other town committee. We recognize the harm caused to both a member of our committee and to our town. Committee membership must represent a diverse range of perspectives. Attracting candidates for the work of town committees will be even more challenging depending on your response to this issue. We appreciate that the council has decided to discuss this matter further. As a committee, we are focused on the steps you can take to avoid another situation like this and ensure that all citizens of Westerly, regardless of their identity, any aspect of their identity, feel welcomed, valued, and may even be inspired to volunteer on a town committee. To that end, we request that you consider the following 3 points as you move forward. First, there should be at least 2 members of the Appointments Committee present during all interviews. Second, some members of the Multicultural Committee have served for 2 terms and have never been interviewed, while others have been interviewed. We ask that a consistent policy be put in place for all town committee membership interviews. And third, the Appointments Committee and Town Solicitor should approve questions for all interviews. Your discussions on this topic will not be easy or comfortable, but they are necessary. We hope that our committee can serve as a model for respectful conversation, sincere interest in understanding multiple perspectives, and increasing awareness of the social and economic benefits of multiculturalism. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Lori Whitecall, but the requested topic is on, just to confirm, is it 9B, eminent domain? So that would be on the next agenda. The next,
I thought it was just discussed that correspondence could be talked about in the first one.
it was already ruled that that's not part of the active agenda, the correspondence. Bill,
So,
Okay, so you can change it to 5B1. I can.
There you go.
My letter address is there as well.
Okay.
Thank you. Lori Wycall, 125 Winnapaug Road, Westerly. I guess I'll clarify for some people that I'm here as a private citizen tonight, and that's a good place for me to start. You all received my letter that was dated July 17th. I'm here to stand behind that letter and everything that I said in it. I want to ask you, when you got my email from my personal address with my home address listed and no mention of my role as a school committee member, did anybody really think I was sending that as from my official role and representing the school district? I don't think so, but that's exactly where Counselor Healy went with her response to me. She very rudely and condescendingly replied to me, scolding me for not making that distinction clear in my email. And I'm not sure who she thinks she is, but I took exception to the tone, and I don't think that she should be responding to anybody in the community with that attitude. It's completely inappropriate. Meanwhile, this is the same town councilor who uses her title as the Westerly Town Councilor, but adds the phrase writing in a personal capacity next to it in emails, calling to action all of her comrades to come out here tonight, calling and create a circus at our meetings, calling people to rally from all over South County to protest in Westerly, and also when sending intimidating emails to local business owners because she doesn't agree with the cause that they've opened up their private space to support. In the letter from Ms. Dinwiddie to you all, she references a racial slur that Councillor Vandover used in their conversation. And I really want you, everybody, to just think about honestly, if when you heard that, if you thought, oh gee, I didn't know, or I wasn't sure if that was a racist term. Because honestly, that's what I thought. Maybe I'm not up on all the lingo, but Ms. Vandover acknowledged that she used some inappropriate language. She apologized, and that's just not enough. This group is here to this group of kindness, inclusion, and compassion are here to only punish and make her pay, and it's very hypocritical. Counselor Healy went to Facebook to apologize on July 7th. She went to Facebook and apologized for using the term bottom of the totem pole. She says, I haven't been able to stop replaying it in my head. When did totem pole become offensive? I mean, at some point, all of this language police and all of these terminologies, we have to get past it. She also says that every day is an opportunity to reflect, unlearn, and grow. But she won't allow Ms. Vandover that same opportunity. She just wants her punished. So there's an opportunity for them to get rid of someone with a different political view, and they're jumping all over it. This is nothing but an intentional, to use one of their favorite phrases, it's an intentional and orchestrated attempt at taking down a political opponent. Also, let's keep in mind that this conversation was an interview for the phone call for an interview for the multicultural. So to say that bringing up, anybody who knows Miss Dinwiddie honestly knows her history, her identity and her entire career history has been based on the fact that she's biracial and that she comes from a transracial adopted family situation. So when asked about her multicultural background, when it was everywhere in her application for the committee, everybody is so offended by this. I mean, it's just kind of ridiculous. So as I said in my letter, I wish that we had actionists on the town council and not activists. If Ms. Healy sees a problem with the interview process, as many others have stated tonight, take some action to fix it. There's no need for this witch hunt. You're a town councilor and you can make the changes to make a difference. Instead, you're invoking this activism to bring all of these people out and protest and clap and making a circus of our local town politics. Enough is enough. A lot of us in the town have had just enough of this, and it's time to put a stop to it. I want to close by stating that, in my opinion, Ms. Vandover is an excellent town councilor. She's always prepared and knowledgeable on the agenda items. She sticks to her guns. She stands for what she believes in, and she represents a large contingency of the Westerly community. And I thank her for that. She deserves to not be censored. She deserves to keep her appointments on the subcommittees. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Joe Farside for Spring Avenue. Oh, go on the other way. Don't come back this side. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Good evening to the
Mr.
council,
Farside.
Mr. Chairperson. Joe Farside, I'm an attorney in Providence, Rhode Island. I work in this case, for the Weekapaug Fire District. I'm here to address the presentation made earlier regarding Spring Avenue Extension. Michael Rubin put on a presentation. First, let me thank you for your attention tonight. I appreciate your time. Michael Rubin put forth some theories that are pure fantasy and speculation. They're costing the town dearly in terms of time, effort, and legal fees. The council received a legal opinion on Spring Avenue Extension in 2008 and another in 2020, neither of which took the leap of suggesting Spring Avenue Extension was a public right-of-way. What the town now proposes to do is prove both of those opinions to be wrong by adopting the theories of Michael Rubin. There needs to be substantial evidence that a right-of-way exists. Clear intent to dedicate by the fire district and clear acceptance by the town. Maybe it is or maybe it isn't is simply not enough. Mr. Rubin can stand here and show you a 1939 subdivision plan with stampings on it by the Zoning Board and Highway Commission, and that's about all he can show. Mr. Rubin cannot show that Spring Avenue Extension was ever cleaned of stumps, rocks, ruts, and other superfluous or objectionable material, that it was brought accurately to a subgrade required by the highway commissioners, and that all corners of intersecting streets were rounded and granite bounds set at angles, curves, and corners, all as required by the 1939 statute he relies on. There's simply no proof of it. It's not really in dispute. Spring Avenue Extension has not been clear for decades. The photo Mr. Rubin showed the council tonight was of the Spring Avenue Extension area and the surrounding lots shortly after they were washed out by the destructive 1938 hurricane. There was sand everywhere. The statute he's trying to use requires a showing of this before a dedication can ever occur. When will we ever see that proof? The fire district has been dragged along despite this critical lack of proof. Mr. Rubin can also not prove, even if there was an intent to dedicate Spring Avenue Extension for public use, that it was ever accepted by public use. Acceptance would have to have been clear. Mr. Rubin cannot put forth a single witness who walked on Spring Avenue Extension as a member of the public and viewed it as a public right-of-way. In fact, all of his efforts, he could locate only 4 or 5 people who have ever set foot on it, period. One was working as a constable for the Westerly Police stationed at the Inn Beach with permission to walk the area. One was a fisherman who did not consider the area he walked on twice to be a public right-of-way. One was a Shelter Harbor resident who had permission to be there as a child. And a 4th person saw a fisherman on that side of the beach but couldn't identify how they accessed it. There is no evidence here of clear use of Spring Avenue Extension by the public at any point in time. Witnesses offered by both the district and the proponents testified they never saw a single person use Spring Avenue Extension, with personal knowledge dating all the way back to the 1920s. Finally, thanks to the good work of this council's predecessors, we are not left to guess whether Spring Avenue Extension was dedicated in the late 1930s. A 1940 report confirms it was not. The 1940 report, prepared by 3 individuals commissioned by this body just months after the supposed dedication in 1939, concluded that Spring Avenue Extension was not at that time a public right-of-way to the shore. That report was adopted by this council on August 5th, 1940. The report was unequivocal. It included a list of all claimed paths to the shore, following a, quote, painstaking and thorough effort over 8 months, and concluded Spring Avenue was not a public right-of-way. And the committee included the same individual, Louis J. Rossi, whose firm revised the 1939 plat that Mr. Rubin relies on. If he, in fact, had dedicated Spring Avenue Extension just months earlier as a public right-of-way, why didn't he put it on his list in the 1940 report? The report's dispositive. Spring Avenue Extension is not a public right-of-way. Finally, Mr. Connolly went on earlier about the team and expertise needed here, resources from this angle and that, all to open a right-of-way that has never served as a right-of-way for anyone. If it truly ever was a right-of-way, it shouldn't require a town, Rhode Island Attorney General, Mr. Rubin, and several paid-for experts to accomplish that task. I really do appreciate your time tonight, and the fire district does as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Next is Tom Michelli regarding Spring Avenue.
Tom Maselli, 42 Quanticut Road, Westerly, Rhode Island. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Of course, you've heard me up here before a number of times, just asking you to do the right thing and open Spring Avenue up. And I tend to believe the research that was done by Michael Rubin, Michael Woods, and Carolina and other folks that say it is right away. And I hope the council will fight for that. And I'd like you to think about it when you're deciding, because I know some of you are pro right away and some of you aren't. Think about the youth in Westerly who maybe live in some of those lower income districts and their ability to go to the beach. You know, their parents maybe can't even afford the town beach pass. And there's so few places they can go, and they should be allowed. And then there's, you know, older folks like myself and even older who would like to maybe go for a walk on the beach after 8 a.m. when the guards sit there at Spring Avenue and no longer allow you to access the beach, which our Rhode Island Constitution guarantees us the ability to walk along. So that's it on Spring Avenue. I'd also like to say, those not on the agenda, please fight for Fort Road. And I'd like to say to Rose Van Dorn that what little I know of you is that you're a hard fighter for, you know, the rest of us. And I appreciate it. And, you know, I can't imagine you intentionally offended anybody. And, people need to realize that we all make mistakes. And if you used a word that offended somebody, I'm sure it wasn't intentional. And people should recognize that. That's all I want to say. Well, one other thing, when you look at yourself in the mirror, ask yourself, are you doing what's right for the town or a few people who happen to be wealthy enough to have a house on the beach? And then look into yourself and say, what's the right thing to do? And please try to do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Ben Weber regarding Spring Avenue. Is Ben Weber here?
Ben Weber, 3 Blossom Court. I'm a member of the Harbor Management Commission, but I'm here as a concerned citizen this evening, not on their behalf. First and foremost, I'd like to thank the acknowledgement. However, it's been a village of uneducated zealots. We haven't heard that term in a while. Working very hard. And why? This is very important. What's going to happen if we lose these 2 litigations? It's the entire, both barrier beaches, 80% of our shoreline. What's that going to do to the revenue of this town? Who's going to want to come to Westerly if they only can go to the town or state beach? Not me, and I've lived here my whole life. That's why I fought at Fenway. I'm the reason why that new path got put in. Okay? Wording. Well, first and foremost, before I get into it, a very wise person, my grandmother, told me, don't put all your eggs in one basket. They'll get crushed. Now wording, very important. We learned that by the presentation and the memo by Solicitor Conley on acceptance and designation. Wording is very important. With that being said, we heard approved. We heard accepted in the presentation tonight. We heard the opposing counsel coming in here and saying it's just theory. Well, the opposing counsel also made a mistake in wording. There's no such thing as Spring Avenue Extension. It's Spring Avenue Road. The only reason it's an extension is because it was illegally blocked off with a fence. It was one continuous road that went to the ocean. As a matter of fact, it was the only right of way to get to that barrier beach before they put their boardwalk in. So, if that's the case, everybody was using Spring Avenue to get to that barrier beach, including that lady in the white in the picture that I found. And by the way, there's multiple aerials. So if you play it, like, the book, you can sit there and watch her walk all the way down it. I'd like to know who she is, but I'm sure she's no longer around. Kind of like the 1884 plat map. Anyway, my point is, you guys need to take this very seriously. Rights of ways are their only legal means to get to the ocean for our constitutional right to use the ocean. You guys need to fight. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. I have nothing against them personally, but you know what? They may be wrong in what they're saying. The statutory theory, it has flaws. I pointed it out. The opposing counsel pointed it out. You can't just stamp something approved. That doesn't mean it's accepted. Public, sure, accepted Spring Avenue. They would have had to. It was the only one available at the time. And in my final minute, we all need to get along. Okay? I don't think there's anything malicious in anything that anybody says. Maybe people shouldn't say certain things. They should think before they talk. That's for sure. But other than that, I urge this council to put every effort that they have in protecting the rights of your constituents. That's what you're here for, okay? Get the attorneys the help they need. The more the merrier. Okay? We've been doing this for 5 years, and there's no way that we can sit here and not make a mistake. There's too much. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Maurice Devine.
My name is Morris Devine. I live here in Westerly, and for most of my 62 years, I have lived here. Like all errant sons, we disappear for a while and we come back. So I guess I'm hitting the trifecta tonight. 5C1B, 8A1 and 2, and 9C. I can always come back for a second bite at the apple on 9C if I have to. Born and raised here in Westerly, great-grandson of people that came here from Sicily, Denmark, Canada. And I'm proud to say that my grandfather's father was a half-breed, half Irish, half Lakota Sioux. We all grew up with that. And you know what? What people say about us, how it affects us is our choice. People can say things. It's how we listen. Are we hearing? Or are we just listening, waiting for our chance to throw the outcome out there? Why the rush? At one side of a discussion, and everybody is ready to head for the block, ready to head for the gallows. No inquiry, no discussion, no judicial review, nothing. And over what largely seems to be a misunderstanding is totally blown out of proportion. I have conducted personnel interviews for small business in the public sector and in private. I've conducted interviews at the national level for large organizations and for the Department of Defense. And if I had an application come to me with terminology that I might not understand, I would give somebody the benefit of the doubt and say, what is a transracially adopted person? Somebody put that here. I'm the interviewer, I'm going to ask questions. And if because of my background, I ask something that's very, very common for me because of where I grew up, I had many friends, I'll say it, mulattoes, in high school, in college, and even where I went to school to be a minister. But that surprised you.
Point of order. We're not going to use racial slurs at the podium.
I used half-breed, you said nothing, sir.
That's a racial slur as well, so.
Not to me,
Don't
it's
use
a badge
either.
of honor. When I see some of the things that kind of led to tonight, it's a little disturbing. Emails, trying to coerce people into action to say things. I don't have to read you some of this because some of you already spoke those self-same words largely without change. Perhaps the author believes that she has qualified immunity putting something like that out. Maybe not. I don't know if it's part of the system, but having been subject to it in part when I tried to serve here in town, I can understand a little bit of it. So I would hope that there is breaks that are applied before there's this rush to judgment, cooler heads prevail, and we follow some sort of modicum of decorum for someone that possibly made a misstep using words that she did not understand, I wouldn't have understood it as offensive to another person. Do we have to have ethics training? Well, yeah, here it says they don't get any, but we know that the elected officials here in town do have some. So there's a lot of stuff here that I'm a little confused on, but I'll leave that where it is for now. 8A1 and 2, foot race. Yes, the AWB was signed by the governor. Yes, under Marbury versus Madison, any law that is repugnant to the Constitution is in itself invalid. And our system is going to be subject to several lawsuits. And also at that point, the Department of Justice on Friday issued a directive to all of their attorneys, their field people, and issued a request to the Supreme Court to begin to discipline subordinate states and also subordinate district courts of appeal and circuit court appellates to overturn many states' laws where they have these unjust, unfair, and unconstitutional regulations against people's individual liberties. I would suggest that we learn and look at all of these things before we decide that we are not going to let just our voices heard. If I can have 10 seconds.
You're gonna come back for the other item anyway, so.
Will I be allowed to speak on the second item a second time for 10 seconds?
in the
Got a
second-
motion
the
to
second-
give him 10 seconds.
Second,
Any in favor of the 10 seconds?
Yeah,
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
you allowed it for others to summarize. It's 10 seconds to summarize or finish a sentence.
On this particular, sorry,
So four to the three. Go-
thank you.
Please summarize.
On this particular item, the subject of the resolution was not as a population, we were going to make a splendid gesture with a finger on one hand towards the governor and say, we are not going to do this. We intend to fully resist. Okay, what we're saying is going on record is saying, this is unfair, it's unjust, it's unconstitutional, and you need to take a look at this, as have so many other towns in the state of Rhode Island. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Kevin Lothar. Kevin Lothar, if you would like to come up.
Kevin Lothar, 17 Yarmouth Drive. It's fantastic to be here on the other side, lecture. Thanks to everybody.
I envy you.
Hang in there, just 3 years left. I'm here today because we have a basic disagreement right now. There was an interview that was conducted by a counselor of a member, the chairperson of the multicultural committee. And the way it was conducted, I have concerns with for 3 different reasons. First reason is that it was insulting. Now, with this council, I've been up here, we have had a history of insulting behavior towards members of the public, especially members to our boards and commissions. It's the kind of thing that it just drives me crazy without mentioning any of the other pieces of what we're talking about here. It just drives me crazy that we can treat people who volunteer for the town of Westerly that way, even if it is unintentional. The second part of it is it's potentially illegal. You do open up the town to potential action through somebody, maybe the EEOC or someone else. When you use race as a descriptor during an interview, you're going to be voting on this appointment at some time in the future. And when you vote on that appointment, everything that happens at this meeting, everything that's been put into email and text, everybody is going to see that and have their own opinion and shape about what it means about whether or not you have bias towards this candidate or that you're using some kind of racial qualification when you actually eventually make that vote. And that makes it a really untenable situation because people do not know what influenced you. And it's always going to be a matter of doubt. And if the vote happens and April Dinwiddie is not confirmed for some reason, then there's area for potential action. And so we need to ensure, and many people have spoken very eloquently about the need for a process and to make sure we understand why questions are asked, to make sure they're asked evenly across to all the candidates. And that brings me to the third point, that I don't think this interview should have happened in this way. I was a formerly chair of the appointments committee. We never conducted interviews that were either not in front of the full council or in front of the appointments committee as a body. And this is my personal opinion, that is the best way to do business, because otherwise you leave too much to chance. You have too many people's opinions, who said what, who said the other thing. It keeps it professional, and it also keeps it in the public eye. I think there are potential Open Meeting Act violation ramifications for having one-on-one interviews that are not within the public eye. You need to take care of yourselves as counselors and protect yourselves, and that's not the way to do it. There's going to be a lot said at this meeting. We just heard from a gentleman who said everything he wanted to say and let us know exactly who he is out loud. I don't want this to be a forum for us to come and attack each other over this issue. We want to have education. We want people to understand the language was not acceptable. I think we all know that by now. But we also want to understand a way to move forward, education for the council. We need to figure out how we can get past this without turning it into something bigger that it is not. Please, let's work with us. Let's work together to make this thing a learning moment, because there are so many people and so many of us in this town who are still trying to kind of fight for our place in it. There's a lot of people who have never experienced racialized language towards them. Some people can shrug it off, some people cannot. And I mean, we're not in a place where all of us can dictate what is offensive. We're not trying to be offensive to anybody when we're trying to do the will of the government when you're trying to interview these candidates. So again, thank you all. Please consider having all these interviews happen in person and making sure that you have either in front of the council or in the appointments committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Jonathan Daly LaBelle.
Jonathan Daly LaBelle, 22 Top Street. I actually want to make a comment related to town solicitor, but I don't think it's actually on the agenda. So maybe I'll hang in till the end of the meeting, but I have a sense I'm probably going to go home and maybe just watch some of this from home. So I just want to, again, I was here a couple weeks ago. I just want to speak a little bit more about this resolution that's, looking to, I guess, now oppose the new state law that bans assault weapons. So just like quick information, people probably have seen the polls, but Moms Demand Action put some information together, and there's been studies that show that there would be 70% fewer mass shooting deaths if the national assault ban's weapon had stayed in effect. So just think about that before you vote. 64%, this doesn't pertain specifically just to Westerly, but in Rhode Island, 64% of Rhode Islanders support the ban. 88% of Democrats support the ban. 57% of independents support the ban. That's the most recent poll. There's been other polls in recent years where the numbers are similar. And as I said a couple weeks ago, we know Westerly supports Democrats. All we have to do is look at the town council to see that. And we can also look at the federal races that Westerly specifically supports Democrats. So don't go with any Trumpy type smoke screens. And various appeals courts, we don't know what's, Supreme Court got stacked unjustly. So we have a very stacked Supreme Court that's tilt to the right. Everybody understands that. A lot of it's through an unjust process. But there are federal appeals courts that have upheld the bans, and we don't know what the Supreme Court will do. I think you should just consider this on the merits, not about, what might happen in the future. And also, people who are talking about supporting the Constitution, Second Amendment, they're really not that interested right now in supporting due process, supporting civil liberties and civil rights. So that, a lot of the people who are they say they're most for the Constitution. They love the Constitution. They tuck it in to their pocket everywhere they go. They put it on their pillow at night. I don't know what they're doing with this Constitution. Okay. But when it comes out with the power that they have with the president that we have, who clearly is against the Constitution, they really don't care about the Constitution. So, to factor that in a democratic town to people who are, Republican and really are against the Constitution, it's just not logical. So thank you if you can consider that. Yeah, and I think, with the homes, I think that maybe you have to start even considering, okay, people who own second homes, if they're not just snowbirds, they own all these multiple properties, maybe you've got to tax them differently. Maybe it's not just related to this rental registry and, coming up with some rules there. Like maybe we have to start looking at housing differently because people can't afford to live in these communities. Like Rhode Island, we're getting priced, Westerly is bad. Even you go to other parts of Rhode Island that don't have the coast, people are getting priced out. So it's a larger conversation. Westerly should do its part, please consider that. Yeah, and there's been a lot of talk of recall. There's been some talk of recall in town. So maybe people should be talking about recall. It seems popular to talk about recall. Maybe we should be talking about recall. I don't know. People seem to like that. Yeah, so, we're looking for grace. Some people are looking for grace for people who don't know the lingo, who use inappropriate terms. And there can be some grace. But again, the people who are talking about grace are supporting a man and a party who's like the most offensive, derogatory person, that he just is looking to destroy everybody personally and through policy, through everything. So they're for him, but then when it's convenient in some other way, they go, oh, this person misspoke. Can't we have some grace? Can't we be nice? Meanwhile, I mean, they're supporting a convicted felon. Someone who's maybe actually, with all the conspiracy theories they peddle around, pedophilia.
Wonderful. Is Mr. Trump on the agenda
They may
tonight?
be supporting a pedophile.
You let him finish, please.
Thank you. So this is where the support is. So when you're hearing those concerns, consider who's speaking, what they're all about. Please disregard it and do the best you can. Thank you for your service.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. Next, Perry Kellogg.
Harry Kellogg, Newell Terrace in Westerly. I'm here as a private citizen this evening, speaking on the short-term rental ordinance. I think Lisa sort of covered a lot of a lot of the thoughts that I have, but I'll just wrap up with a few additional thoughts. One is this short-term rental ordinance has been on the agenda. I don't know if this is the third or fourth week in a row or in your agenda list. And I'm still trying to understand what the goal and purpose of it is. So I think that's important to define where are we trying to go? What are we trying to help solve? Also, in the 4 weeks that it's been on the agenda, I have not heard anybody come and speak in support of it. So just trying to understand, how it is going to benefit the people of Westerly. I am a hardworking resident of Westerly. I actually had a turnover today, clean my house all day long. I'm a hardworking resident in the town. And if you're trying to protect hardworking people, there are a lot of hardworking people who have this as one of the supplemental, income. Let's see if I have anything else. I'm not sure if this would be sent to the Economic Development Commission, but I am hopeful that the continued work with this ordinance will get more clarity on where we're going with it, what we're trying to achieve, and if what we're doing is going to achieve the goal of the town. That's it. Also, it's great to see so many people here tonight talking about different topics. I think that's really energetic for Westerly. So thank you.
Thank you. Next, Rick Provost.
Good evening, Council, and thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Rick Provost. I am here to speak on matter 5C 1B regarding Rose Vandover. Rose Vandover, I got to know Rose incredibly well. I'm here for essentially a character reference to speak on behalf of her. We were running mates in the last town council, and I'm a member of the Republican Town Committee. And I get to know Rose very well. She was incredibly sweet, incredibly kind, incredibly loving, loves this town, loves the people in it. I've seen her in particular love my own daughter and act like she's known her whole life. Same with my wife, act like she's known her whole life. By the way, my wife is multiracial. And I didn't see any hate, prejudice whatsoever from Rose. So I'm here to stand up for her and say that I believe there was no ill intent, there was no harm in her statement. I believe it was basic oversight. Rose, I spoke with Rose at length today before I came up here because I wanted to hear, I didn't want to come in here uninformed on the interview process with Ms. Dinwiddie. And Rose shared with me that she grew up in public housing in the inner city. And I'm not sure, I know this is we're ultra sensitive now to words, and the town council has potentially become the word police. Although I was shocked by some of the people who came to roaring applause and called my colleague a POS, a racist, and was told to F off by people who are in support of the person that. So if we're that concerned about kindness and inclusivity and equality, is that the kind of behavior that people call each other at a public function? I wonder. But I know that she's grown up in that. So to her, the word that she used, I'm very clear she meant no harm by it, and that's a word she grew up with. Also, I would also say that Miss Dinwiddie has quite the resume. She has quite the experience. Yet I would imagine 90% of these people in town have never heard the term transracially adopted person. I'm one of the 90% that never heard it till tonight. And many of the people back here have never heard the term tonight. So is it possible that Miss Dinwiddie comes in here ultra sensitive to the words that are used regarding her? And where do we draw the line about what we call people, what we don't, when we call them something, when we don't, when we act inappropriate and out of line when they're not on public forum, and when, so it can go on and on. So I'm just concerned as a whole. My suggestion is we work together, as Mr. Lowther said, work together to find common ground, work together to not be ultra sensitive and ultra dramatized to every word that's used. Yes. Now, my former colleague, Ms. Vandover, said a word, and she apologized to Ms. Dinwiddie for using the word. Okay, so she did what she, at the same time, I'm not, we're not expected to apologize for everything we do, everything we say, just because someone's ultra sensitive about it. Because how do we keep up with the labels? It's every week it's a new label. And is it possible she was offended that Rose is a white heterosexual faith-filled Christian woman? Is it possible that had an effect? As far as I know, the white heterosexual faith-filled person is not usually included in the DEI agenda, from my understanding. That's what we're talking about. So Mr. Lowther brought up a great point, and so did a couple others. I do believe as a whole, there needs to be more people involved in the interview process. I think if nothing else comes out of that, I think that's brilliant. This is a first-term counselor who would mean no harm towards anyone, and I vouch for her in that regard. But I think that it's important as a whole to have that. And I guess the only thing I would say is this is someone, one of the reasons she actually defeated me in the election and she outworked me 100-1. And she studies the issues unlike anyone I've ever seen. And this person is equipped for this job, and she'll do a fantastic job for this town. And I think we need to look by word policing people and stand up for a woman of courage, faith, dignity, love, and kindness. Thank you for your time. Keep up the great work, Rose.
Thank you. That concludes the sign-up sheet for this first section. If there's anyone in the audience that would like to speak, you please list your name and address.
They need to have the documents before I could speak on them.
Please begin, Mr. Palazzolo. Please set the time.
Anthony Palazzolo, Pendleton Hill Road, North Stonington, Connecticut. I'm licensed to practice law in Rhode Island and, Connecticut and California, not licensed in Rhode Island. Nothing I say here tonight should be construed as an opinion of law. I'm not capable of forming it. I'm just a regular person when it comes to legal matters in Rhode Island. Welcome back, Mr. Conley. I have a question for you. I'd like to know.
Bring him to
I'd
the
like
chair.
to know, if his firm and he are so awesome and they know everything there is to know about rights of ways, then why did he and his firm deliver 3 different legal opinions in 2020, concluding that Spring Avenue was not a right of way? A lot of us were fighting awfully hard for it at the time. And you, Mr. Duhamel, and you, Mr. Conley, were fighting against it. And there's a record here. Now, I passed out the agenda for tomorrow night's Rights of Way Subcommittee meeting at the CRMC. You'll notice that they're going to take up Rights of Way investigations for Noise Neck Road, Breach Drive, and Atlantic Avenue, all thanks to the hard work of your Harbor Management Commission and me. I forwarded these materials directly to CRMC, asking them to open up these rights of ways, the investigations, and they are. Bill Conley pejoratively, when given the material, referred to it as crap on the wall. He needs to look to see if there's substantial evidence in there, because anybody can throw crap on the wall, and a big pile of crap is still crap. Apparently the CRMC was sufficiently satisfied with our work to take these up right away. And don't be surprised if he writes a memo to you tomorrow taking credit for all that work, just as he did with the Everett Avenue matter. Pretty sick of hearing about how infallible he is and how the public doesn't know anything. You're adults and we're children. I would hope by now you would know better. Now, with respect to Mike Rubin's presentation of sophistry and fiction,
There are a few things he didn't tell you. Joe Farside mentioned one. Less than a year later, the guy who drafted the map Mike Rubin is relying on was on a committee that determined they didn't know whether Spring Avenue was a right-of-way or not. Either this is the most unique case of generalized amnesia in the world, or they're wrong. Let me point out a few other things about Mike Rubin and his map. He didn't point out the lines on those maps. If you look at it, there's like several of them. They sort of form a triangle. Those are engineering specifications for the curvature of the roadway, because that was an as-built map filed by the town of Westerly to record the fact of the newly built road and the exact specifications for it. Now, his theory, which they're going to lose on summary judgment in a couple of minutes, is based on the idea that the predecessor to the Weequahic Fire District filed that map on August 16th at exactly 10:50 in the morning. Isn't that impressive? Well, how about this? There isn't a stitch of evidence that the predecessor of the Weequahic Fire District filed that map. They didn't. They couldn't. Because they didn't own it. They didn't own that roadway at that time. They deeded it to the town of Westerly. Town of Westerly then built the road, and the town of Westerly wanted to record as an as-built plan the exact specifications for it. Now, he's advancing under Chapter 538. If you look at that, it does contemplate private individuals dedicating lands and filing maps. But when they do so, they have to file a road profile along with the bird's eye view of the map. There is no road profile here. However, it does expressly say that governmental entities such as the town of Westerly can also file maps, but they're not subject to the same requirements under Chapter 538. That's why there's no file. And Bill Connolly has been making bank off this crap for years now. Now, I want to emphasize, in my opinion, that is a right of way. But
Could you
it's by-
summarize, Mr. Palazzolo?
It's by public user. And there are public users, contrary to what Joe Farside told you.
Thank
Bob
you.
Goulet is a good example.
Thank you. Anyone else in the audience that would like to speak? Yes.
Hi,
Caroline?
thanks for letting me speak tonight. Caroline Contrada, 22 Mariner Heights. Michael Rubin's my attorney representing me in the Spring Ave matter. And I just want to clarify something. Attorney Farside referred to a 2008 document, Solovitsik's report. It's the title opinion, and it was based on a wrong map. There are two copies of this particular plat, and the one that the title examiner used was incorrect. The author missed the endorsements. I can send you, and would be happy to send you a picture of that with missing endorsements. So it's very simple. It's wrong. The map that he referred to was wrong. Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
And the people standing are in the back. Where are you guys?
Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Yes, Leslie.
Hi, everybody. My name is Leslie Dunn of Brandywine Drive. And much like another school committee member spoke, I am on the school committee. However, I'm here, private citizen in my own thoughts and not reflective of that. So I'm here tonight to speak on the appointments and liaison review. So much like everybody else has said, obviously there needs to be a protocol put into place. But we also need to talk about this should have never happened. And the damage that is being done by having this conversation, and there's not going to be the appropriate follow-up for both people who feel very differently about the conversation that was had. And that is also a part of the issue that we have in this community. Everybody keeps saying, but we have to work together. But these are the conversations a part of working together. That if somebody does get offended, you stop for a minute, have the conversation, and make a commitment to do better and to learn from it. It is unacceptable. It should not have happened. However, now we're here. And then we still have people who are arguing back and forth about, I don't know what the big deal is, doesn't seem offensive to me, but it doesn't directly impact them. And it is hurtful. And somebody in this community is going to get seriously hurt if we continue down this path. We not only have to make a commitment that we're going to change policy and that we're going to change protocol around here, but we have got to commit to future generations. We are going to do better and be better. It's not fair for them. It's not fair for the kids that are growing up in this community, that they're watching the way that the adults, that their role models are behaving. Even just the way people hurl insults back and forth in this room. How dare we ask our kids in this community to be any better when that's what we're showing them? And this goes for everyone to just be very conscious of the conversations we have in this room, of how many people are listening, whether they're in this room or they're sitting at home, and it has impact. So I strongly urge this council to make a commitment that this current sitting council is going to review their policies, review their practices, and make sure that no counselor is set up in this situation again. Make sure that no volunteer who is looking to join a committee is put in a position like this again, and make sure something is there for future committees so we do not keep coming back to this. Because every time we come to this, everybody gets activated, everybody shows up, relationships are severed, and people don't know how to move forward. We were sitting in the back of this room and people are literally acting like they're children in the room. And again, this is people on both sides of this issue. But then we keep saying, well, we just have to learn to respect each other. That's not respecting each other. We've got to have higher standards. And that's what I'm asking. And I just really hope that you can all make that commitment to one another and that you can commit to this town. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anyone else that would like to speak? Yes.
Hello, my name is Mackenzie Avedijan. I'm a resident of Hopkinton. I just happened to be here by happenstance. I just wanted to say that language is not just language. The language that we're talking about here tonight is the first step in violence towards the Black and Brown community. It will, one thing leads to another. If we're okay with the way that we're speaking to each other, then we're okay with actual acts of violence. And I just think that everybody needs to do better. You can't decide if you've offended somebody. That's up to the other person to decide. And I just think that, although people need to have grace for making mistakes, there needs to be actions that follow that up. Otherwise, it's just going to be 2 years from now and somebody says something else that offends somebody else. And I just want to say that intention doesn't always matter. It's the outcome that matters. And so that's what we should be focused on. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience that would like to speak?
Good evening. My name is Adele Ladone. I'm on 16 State Street, Westerly, Rhode Island. And I don't have any prepared speech. I came to listen, but I will tell you that I have known my sister Rose here for 59 years. We grew up in the city of Hartford, right dead smack in the middle of the city. We had friends who were, and excuse me if I'm not politically correct, friends who were Black, Puerto Rican, Spanish, the works, everything. We come from a family of 11 children. To walk through my house on any given day was like coming into a mini United Nations. We're a Christian family. we were raised to love everyone, to accept everyone for who they are. And Rose has certainly followed through with that. She has worked very hard here on the town council. She's new to it. She's learning. I'm sorry to say that it seems like, and I'm sorry, just doesn't have a lot of weight anymore. Somebody who sincerely is sorry for what she said. I think she can be reprimanded, but I don't think anything cruel and unusual punishment is due her. She loves this town of Westerly. We have been coming here, like I said, lived in Hartford, been coming here for 59 years. Rose is now a resident, of course. We love this town. We love the people in it. Rose is very dedicated to being a town councilor, and she has everybody's best intentions. She's a hard worker. She is not into hearing gossip as far as making a decision by hearsay. She digs into the facts. She puts a lot of time and energy into this job. I've seen her come home with binders of information. She does her homework, and she does her job well. So I just want to put in a good word for Rose. Rose, I love you, and keep up the good work. And thank you for hearing me, everyone. Okay.
My name's Grace Penny, and my address is Meadow Ridge Road in Westerly. I'm sorry. Meadow Ridge Road. Lot to contemplate tonight, but my comment is about beach access. I think if we try and get into the solution of beach access, we may be able to solve it. I lived in Laguna Beach for 30 years, and it was a very, very popular place with restricted parking. And they solved the problem by buying 6 trolleys that ran constantly through the town, adorable, tasteful, free trolleys so that people could park on the outskirts of town and trolley through, and anybody that wanted to go from one end to the other. It was great for business. It solved the parking problem, and everyone had beach access. So if we can look at it from that point of view and maybe bring the trolleys through the town to all of the already in place right of ways, then they can just, there's plenty of beach. There's plenty of beach. That's all I have to say. Thank you. Hope you'll consider that.
Thank you. Anyone would like to, Mr. Garnier?
Thank you. John Gagne, 6 Narragansett Avenue. A couple of things. First of all, you have a matter on your docket, communication from the town manager and the former police chief with regard to immigration, ICE, all these other things. I got to say, you couldn't have a better team here, the chief and the captain. I've had a number of conversations with the captain with regard, you've got very, very capable people. And I think, and they're very respectful people. If you've been stopped by a Westerly police officer, which I have, they're always nice, you know? And I wasn't even a town councilor then, and they were nice. And when I was a town councilor and I was stopped, they were nice. And after being a town councilor, they were still nice. So they're very professional sports. So I wouldn't expect the town council to instruct the finance department on how to do their finances, or the maintenance and DPW, how to manage or run sanitation, how to run the dump and move loaders around. I think it's important, and these gentlemen in the police force, we really realize much higher levels of certification and training than in any of those departments. So I would tread very carefully there. I think clarification is a great thing. And I think that's where it was headed, but I hope that's where it was headed. But that's that. Well, the number one thing tonight, it seems like there's a lot of drama around this matter. And I spoke with Ms. Dimwitty in the past, and I spoke with Counselor Vandover, and said, what did you say? You know, and kind of like, how did this go? And I saw emails that went back and forth. And I heard calls for, we need accountability, okay? And I believe what Ms. Dimwitty was saying, accountability, she may want to clarify maybe for us, is that the council clarify that we shouldn't do one-on-one interviews. Former Councilor Lothar said the same thing. I couldn't agree more. We never did one-on-one interviews. We did group interviews, okay? That said, I think we all need to be gracious. Anybody make a mistake here? Show of hands. Who's made a mistake in their life? Okay. So we can make mistakes and we can go on, and we need to be gracious to each other, and we cannot create situations where we have landmines everywhere. Because landmines will not lead to a community. This community is very caring. The last Neighbor Day and the Multicultural Committee did a good job, a better job than it's been done for years on Neighbor Day. So let's work on successes and not try to pick each other apart. But I think the calls for accountability, if it means the council needs to do a better job and make sure it's organized. I got to say that, you know, and it was pointed out to me in the back, the 3 members of the appointments committee are all rookies. Bill's not a rookie. Bill did it before with me. So I think that that's an important part. I think you really got to look carefully at that. The last thing I want to leave you with is, you know, we're all human beings. Our skin color or our sometimes is the least important thing about us. What's important about us all is like ideas, and anybody's been in a squad bay with a whole bunch of people of all different colors and all different ethnic backgrounds and all different, you name it. One, you get introduced to some great food. You get introduced sometimes to some great, you know, great times. Anyway, it's a big tent. Westerly needs to be a big tent that welcomes everybody. So that said, the last thing I want to leave you with is a question. You have a communication from the solicitor, Mr. Connolly, and it deals with, and I think the question got asked wrong. And I think that's what because Mr. Connolly was answering the question of what eminent domain, but it was all about Fort Road. And the question I think was intended to be, what is the procedure for going through generic eminent domain? And I think that's an important thing to do, because although his memo, you know, he does a good job in his memos, I don't think that's the question that was being asked. So I'd ask you to get some clarification on that. All right. I thank you very much. Have a good night.
Thank you. Anyone else in the audience that would like to speak?
Hello, Linda Duran, 73 Shore Road. I just want to say that I'm just so discouraged and so saddened by people coming and speaking for others. People say we should just let things go. I have nothing against you, Rose, at all. It's not personal, but we have to pay attention to people who are telling you that they are hurt. So that's all I want to say, and I hope that we can do that. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else in the audience that would like to speak? Well, she comes up. Is there a show of hands of people that would want to speak after this? Okay, this will be the last one.
Joy Cordio, 36 Tower Street, Westerly. I have a few agenda items I'd like to speak on. The first one is your discussion about a marketing vision for the EDC. And I would suggest that if you refer anything to the E2C, it be pinpoint specific in the direction of what you want. Marketing Westerly, great place to work, great place to live, great place to visit. We have an existential housing crisis. We don't want to market living here. We don't need to market tourism. The chamber does that. The MBA does that. The South County Tourism Council does that. The Ocean House does that. The Weekapaug Inn does that. Tourism is covered. Experiential growth will continue for decades as long as our beaches are open. I would like to see the EDC working on, it's a great place to work. Bring new businesses here and everything else will improve. Please be very specific in what you ask of them, or you're going to get something back that is not what you were looking for. The next thing I'd like to speak about is Spring Avenue. I'd like to thank Attorney Rubin for his presentation. And you all were assured that everything was on the right track, but we all know that that is no guarantee. I will continue to have doubts regarding the town solicitor because of past experiences and past communications, memos, opinions that he has written specifically regarding Spring Avenue. He said it was not a right-of-way. There was nothing to indicate that just 5 years ago. And the lovely photo that Mr. Rubin referenced, he had in his hands at that time from Mr. Weber, along with other materials. So you really don't get caught up in where you are. Look at the big picture. Councilor Shalaba, I know that you have initiated a request for a discussion about assistance, potentially a second opinion. You were presented with one defense for this matter. Are there more? Has anybody talked about anything else? Just saying, think big. This is crucial to our town. And to that matter, I dragged myself out of bed to get here because of medical issues that I have had for over a year, and your solicitor publicly in written memorandums stated that I had a fraudulent medical note, and I'm waiting for my doctor to come after him. Be very, very diligent in what you see and read and hear and believe. The last thing I'll say is, as Mr. Gagne said, you have 3 rookies running a nominating committee, and Councilor Niemeyer and Healy both had admittedly stated that they chose not to interview Ms. Dinwiddie because they knew her. That was wrong. That was wrong on your part, and that led to a phone interview with Councilor Vandover. Words matter. I'm a snowflake. I believe in DEI. It's a political issue, whether a person believes the government should be involved in that or not. It's not a racist issue. It's a governmental across the board issue. I understand Councilor Vandover's position. I disagree. I've worked with her. She does not have a mean bone in her body. And I would ask for what everybody else is asking for: accountability. Get your committee in order. And number 2,
Thank
a
you.
little bit of grace.
Thank you. So that concludes the people in the audience. Unless I miss someone that would like to speak at this time, you're free to come up to the podium. Seeing none, next is council's response. The councilors have 5 minutes to respond to citizen comments. Pat, if you can run the clock just like everybody else. Who would like to start, or anyone? Councilor Niemeyer?
Well, thank you all for coming out tonight. I appreciate the wide variety of opinions that we've heard, and the wide number of topics that people have spoken to. It's so encouraging to see this level of engagement. Speaking to the issue that most people have spoken to tonight, I do want to offer my personal apology to April Dinwoody. This was the committee I was running, and this should never have happened to you. It shouldn't have happened under my watch. It shouldn't have happened under any circumstances. It was crass, inappropriate, and it was unbecoming of a counselor. There's no reason to ask about race during an interview. It's irrelevant to qualifications. It opens us up to legal liability. It's just not something that we should be doing. Now, as for the accountability part, I have asked the solicitor to put together a list of suggestions on how to improve this committee, and the most obvious one everyone has already said: no more solo interviews. No more solo interviews, no more phone interviews. They're all going to be done in person in front of a panel, because that's the best way to go about it. In terms of personal accountability, later in this meeting, I'm going to refer 2 counselors for formal admonishment by this council. The first is Councilor Vandover for her conduct during the interview, and the second is myself for promulgating the policies that allowed this to happen in the first place. This is on us. It's on us to fix this. I recognize that, and you have my word that I'm going to do my best to do so. But again, I'm sorry that it happened in the first place.
Thank you. Who else would like to speak? Councilor Schlaba?
I want to thank everybody for coming out and speaking. I want to say that I'm sorry to Miss Dinwoody that she felt words were hurtful. I also want to say I was not privy to the conversation on either side. I don't know how the conversations went. I do appreciate Ms. Vandover for apologizing and taking ownership of saying something that actually hurt somebody. So thank you for doing that, honestly. Like Councilor Niemeyer said, we have to do better. I was part of the appointments committee in the last session, and we always had meetings together. And I think what Councilor Niemeyer is suggesting as far as always having, a face-to-face meeting is the step in the right direction. And I think it's a learning curve for all of us. Words do matter. And just because one person's opinion is a word doesn't mean anything, doesn't mean it doesn't hurt somebody else. You cannot take that away from somebody's feelings. It's just plain and simple. You could call me names and maybe it hurts me, maybe it doesn't. The point is, that's my feelings, and you can't discard my feelings, and I'm not going to let you discard my feelings. So that's all I mean by that. So I appreciate that we have to learn from this. I hope we can put this to rest by doing the right things. I'm sorry that people have been hurt by the words that had occurred. I don't think it was malicious intent, but again, I wasn't there. I wasn't witnessing it. I can't speak on any of that. So thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak? Councilor Healy?
Thank you, everyone, for coming out today and sharing your words and your wisdom with us. I do respectfully disagree with Councilor Schlaba. We do know what happened. We heard from both parties what happened. So we are all here because of you and for you. So before I get into policy and procedure, I really want to just acknowledge the impact that this had, not just on the individual involved, but the entire community. And I also want to extend an additional apology to you, April, for just another unfortunate moment that you have to live through to be attempted to be silenced or that you're a burden. I am very happy that we were able to continue listening to you. I do apologize about that moment. When discriminatory or racially charged language is used by anyone, but especially someone in a position of public trust, it causes real harm. It erodes the confidence in our government, and it sends the wrong message about who's welcome here. So as a counselor, I believe we do have the responsibility to create that environment where everyone feels safe and respected and heard. And that includes, of course, our volunteers that are stepping up. It's really not enough to say that we value fairness. We really do have to show it through our actions and the standards that we set. So I want to take a moment just to stand back and list out the facts of what happened. A volunteer's term on the Multicultural Committee expired. When that happens, they can apply to be reappointed. That application is then sent to the Town Council Appointment Subcommittee, which includes 3 counselors. In this case, 2 counselors already knew the applicant in both a working environment and a personal environment, and they supported her reappointment. 1 counselor had not met her, and so all 3 agreed that it would be okay for a one-on-one interview. During that interview, the counselor used a racial slur when asking about the applicant's race. That counselor later responded to the applicant with an email framed as an apology, admitting to the use of the word. And I do want to acknowledge that. Ms. Vandover could have denied it, minimized it, or worse, but she didn't. That is commendable. As a counselor, I deeply wish that our legal counsel had been contacted immediately, given the seriousness of the situation. But as a resident and a human being, I can recognize that taking that responsibility, even if imperfectly, matters. However I may feel about the way the apology was written, the fact remains it was sent, and that means something. Regardless of intent, this line of questioning was inappropriate. It crossed possibly a legal, but definitely an ethical line. What happened was wrong, just plain and simple. And I do again want to extend my apology to Ms. Dinwiddie. This should have never happened. So it's important that it never happens again. And how can we prevent that from never happening again? I started by drafting a very simple training ordinance, just a first step toward improving the structure. I shared it with our town council president and our town solicitor. Why? Because right now there is no training for counselors on ethics, professional conduct. And I do think that that lack of structure is a gap. We do have ethics that does come in yearly, but it is not mandatory. And at the last one, I believe there was only 2 counselors present. Now we're seeing a real world consequence of that. Then there's the protocol for the appointment subcommittee, a group that has genuinely worked hard to raise the bar for where things stood before. We've been intentional about how we schedule the interviews. We've made sure that everyone who wants to serve gets a fair shot. Even when that was difficult, we stuck to that principle. There were times that we were not all on the same page, but we worked through it, disappointments and all. We looked at the applicants as people, never as party affiliation. And for a subcommittee, as mentioned, made up of 3 newcomers, I honestly really do believe that we did a good job bringing in fresh ideas and structure. And Mm,
You want to summarize?
that's okay. I'll go later. I don't want to go
Okay.
over. Thank you.
Another counselor want to speak?
God, give me 5 minutes, please. I'm just gonna, couple comments. Joy, I don't know if she's still here, but she said something about my short-term rental ordinance. I was the liaison to the Economic Development Committee in the last council, and I can tell you right now, if we send the short-term rental ordinance to the EDC, that's where it goes to die. The EDC is all about tourism. I know them very well. It's the same people on this EDC as it was 2 years ago. They're not gonna do anything to help our housing stock, not gonna do anything to hurt tourism in any way, even though as long as those beaches are open, it is so ridiculous to keep this narrative going that we have to do something to help tourism. Second person I'm gonna talk about is John Gagne. He made a couple good points, and I'm gonna just touch on one of them. We don't micromanage Peter Caradillo with the dump or Max Pizzato with the water department. Why, Miss Healy, are we trying to micromanage our police department? I think they've done a great job over the years, and I think they know what they're doing. So I would like to see all this talk of resistant ice or whatever garbage you got out there. It's time that goes away, and it's time this council stands up and acknowledges that they do a good job, and we don't need to micromanage them. It's time we leave them alone. And then I'm going to get to the what most of you came here to talk about. And Kevin, missed you. You've always been good. You're very well spoken. You were smart enough not to run again. And I was stupid enough to run again. And I think Chris said the same thing. You made some points. I mean, if a word hurts somebody, yeah, it's a word that we can't use, but and we have a couple of officers in the House and some attorneys, and I'm just gonna make this point. The difference between murder and manslaughter is a dent, okay? And we heard Rosa's sister come up here tonight and talk about how when you went through a house growing up, I think she used the term United Nations. Rosa's my friend. She doesn't have a racist bone in her body. If she had a racist bone in her body, she wouldn't be my friend, but she does not. I know her. And we have to remember that she did not have the intent to hurt anybody. And she apologized. So, I hope, I do agree with some of the policy changes we may need. We may need to have everybody interview or 3 people should sit in an interview, but please don't sit here and try to paint Rose Randall as a racist. It's bullshit. Okay, that's what it is. And I'm gonna say one more thing. And to me, it was burying the lead. April Dinwiddie, I wouldn't even know who she was if, I've said many times, most of these committees don't interest me. I don't think I would have cared who was appointed to the multicultural committee or what they do. But because of all this, I took a little bit of an interest and I read her application and I started to say, who is April Dinwiddie? And I find out that, she lists her address in New York City. She says, I currently live in New York City. I work in New York City. The only thing really links her to this town is a piece of property she bought, and I guess she comes here every couple months. I don't know how many days she spends. I guarantee it's not 183. So, and she's a staunch Democrat. And I'm starting to understand why these Democrats win all these elections. How many people from New York use an address in Westerly to vote in our town? April Dinwiddie, I look on your Facebook page, your current city, New York City. So there's only 1 or 2 things that could be happening here. She's either committing election fraud or tax fraud, because I'd love to see a New York State return.
Mr. President.
My point is, how is, but she doesn't live in Westerly. She doesn't live in Westerly. So why does she list New York City as her current city?
Point of order, this is.
Why does she list New York as her occupant? Maybe the Board of Canvassers should question it. Question the victim. What are you talking about, Chris? Why don't you just sit there and shut up? I got my 5 minutes. Pat, give me the 30 seconds back, please. Please. Yes. Listen, one of two things is happening, and I know the Democrats want to keep stealing the elections, but it's time we look at this, okay? And before this, I would have voted for you.
Next, counselor that would like to speak.
Thank you.
Counselor Ayala.
Yes. Too many people spoke tonight for me to address everybody, but I'm going to touch on just a couple of things. So hopefully we can get on to the business for tonight. Short-term rentals, it's early discussion. My mind, it shouldn't even be on tonight. There's some other information forthcoming that we need to pay attention to. And if we do anything, if we get new information, we'd refer it back to the planning board. That's where it goes. I don't support sending it to the EDC. Rights away. Again, I mean, we had a good presentation earlier. Somebody brought up Fort Road. Simple, easy peasy. There's been vehicles from Bay Street to the sand. Pedestrians over the sand in perpetuity, 3 points. That's it. A one-letter document, just to clear it all up. I have not heard anybody propose a road, and this is directed at the Watch Hill Fire District, who apparently has spread the word that the town council or the town is looking to build a road over the sand part of Nefertiti Point. How ridiculous can we get? All right, so no, I mean, I haven't heard anybody say it. It's certainly not my intention. The legal definition of a road, we can all look at the legal definition of a road, but let's be realistic. The conservation area over the sand, no road. But there has been vehicles from Bay Street to the sand, pedestrians over the sand in perpetuity. How hard can that be? And if people don't agree with that, why not? That's what's been done. And I enjoy looking at you, Mr. Andrew. You're a fun person to be around. The appointments committee, as a committee, I think they made a mistake. And the chair is admitted to that. If you're going to interview, you interview as a group and you have a panel. Another option is to abolish the appointments committee and have everybody come before the council. I think that's the way it used to be done years ago. And then somebody created the appointments committee. I don't know. So that's an option. And we all make mistakes. I'm not making light of anything whatsoever. I think we've all said or done things that have been a mistake or have offended or irritated somebody or annoyed somebody in some way or fashion. And I think Councilor Vandover apologized sincerely. So I think there was a better way for people to handle this if there was continued conflict. If somebody is being interviewed and feels offense at a question or conversation, I wasn't privy to it. And you know, hopefully the person speaks up and address it so both people can leave there understanding each other. That's working together, right? Not cyber attacking somebody. So I think this whole process could have been handled much, much better. And I've known Rose long enough. Not a mean bone in her body that I've seen or heard. And I think she was sincere in the apology. And I have to say the hypocrisy from Councilor Healy is unbelievable. And I'll share an email that I was drafting on a message she sent to a committee member when she was a town committee member. And in my mind, there was ageism, vulgarity. So I'll share that. just to show that people who pretend to live on a high horse, maybe take it down a notch. And let's truly work together. Let's resolve some issues. Let's not agitate or create issues or cyber attack people. And now I really, and I hope that's the end of this discussion tonight. I'm sure we're going to talk about it. And I'm sure there's a process that can be done for the appointments committee. If we're going to keep it an appointments committee, they interview everybody as a panel. If not, if we're going to abolish them, we bring them in here. Thank you all. And I truly do want to hear from everybody. Good, bad, and different. I'm open. So
Okay,
thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like
Counselor.
to make a motion.
Anyone else want to speak? You're not, it's not your turn, Dylan.
All right, can I make a motion?
Vandover.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for coming out. I just want to touch on short-term rental. Be assured we will do our due diligence to do our homework and try to figure this out fairly for everyone. As far as the eminent domain question that I had, yes, I was looking more for a little bit of a generic answer to that, Mr. Solicitor. So maybe we'll talk about that a little bit later. The one thing I will say is all these meetings that we have, whether it be the subcommittee meeting or any other meeting that happens, harbor management, they should all be recorded. Every single every single meeting should be recorded. That way there are no questions as to what happened. And so this never, ever, ever happens again to anyone else on either side. That is my suggestion. Thank you very much.
Okay, everyone has spoken. I'll put my last points out. 5 minutes. The issue at hand tonight, the most telling issue is how we treat people and how we judge people. And counselors have an aura about us that we have some authority, which if you've ever served in the council, as Mr. Lothar understands, it's just all a show. It's not real. But that being said, if you're interviewing someone for a job interview and you start talking about race, I don't know where that comes from. I don't know where that emanates from. It's certainly, we can have more classes on that and all, but I don't know where that would ever be thought to be acceptable. So I first want to apologize to Ms. Dinwiddie for what she had to go through. And I want to commend her for her bringing this issue to the podium tonight. And I want to apologize for the antics of this council towards Ms. Dinwiddie. The antics of the podium, some of the podium speakers trying to diminish the offense. I do want to thank Ms. Vandover for her apology. I think that was appropriate, and she did it quickly without reservation. So I want to thank you for that. But we also heard about consequences and how to move on from there. And certainly the apology is first and foremost. But I think also looking at the liaison position of being on the appointments committee has to be evaluated and potentially remove Ms. Vandover from the appointments committee. I would also like to look at the appointments committee and how it operates, as Councilor Niemeyer has put forth and Councilor Healy has put forth, that there has to be some fundamental changes to the appointments committee, to all the committees, on how they are conducted, so that we don't have any of these issues raise their ugly head again. You know, we're all in the same town. We used to all work together, and now it's just, you know, who can insult the other person to their advantage. at any time and play these games. The town council is here to do the town's business. We're not doing any town business tonight. We're just sparring at each other. And it's not serving the public. It's not serving ourselves. I don't know one professional organization that I'm part of where this type of antics is tolerated and this type of antics goes on. It's always, no other counselor up here objects to the comments, to the volunteers, to the solicitor, to the manager, to other counselors. It's always, who can get more of an impact in there. And I've never served on a town council like this. It's just, it's an embarrassment to the town. And it's not coming, it's not warranted in any way. You can disagree with someone, you can disagree with their views, but you have to be professional, you have to be civil about it, and you just can't constantly making a cheap shot and trying to run for the next election. We're here to serve the people. We're here to help the town, and nothing that we're doing tonight is helping the town. The most that we can do is apologize to Ms. Dinwiddie for what she had to go through at that interview, for what she had to go through tonight. It's just not right. It's not right for Westerly. That concludes the council's response. And we can move on now to the consent calendar. Or we can take a 5-minute break. 5-minute break?
Yeah, it looks like people are clearing out, probably a good time.
I'd like to call to the order the Wesley Town Council meeting. We left off on the consent agenda, item 5A, regular minutes, 6/2/25. Do I have a motion?
Make a motion to approve the regular minutes of 6/2/25 as amended.
I'll second that.
Motion made and seconded, discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Minutes are approved.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes of 6/16/25.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded by Ms. Vandover. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Regular minutes, 7/7/25.
Actually, I have a problem with that. We got amended minutes for 7/7/25. And in an email that we have, there's wording that wanted to be changed saying, responding to Councilor Aiello, Town Solicitor Conley stated that he will provide the council with process for creating or improving parking with the tidal water areas when it involves Coastal Resource Management Council. However, if you go back to play the tape, there is no tape conversation of Attorney Connolly making such a statement. So I state that we approve the minutes as previously written and not amended.
Motion made. Is there a second?
A second.
Motion made and seconded. Discussion?
I would like a little more time to investigate that if I may. I'm hoping we can hold off on that approval, just maybe till the next meeting. Thank you.
Any other discussion?
It sounds like this is a dispute over what the solicitor said in the,
It's words added to say the solicitor said this, but when you play the tape, there's no tape recording of the solicitor's voice stating this.
could the solicitor possibly clarify this in time?
Mr. Connolly, are you aware of this?
It was brought to my attention later in the day. I'll look at my notes and I'll look at the video. I don't have an independent memory of.
So would you withdraw yours?
I'll withdraw the motion and table it to the next meeting.
Mary, I'll withdraw my second.
Motion withdrawn. Is there a motion to table?
Motion to table 7/7/25 minutes. Or not table, but motion to extend them to the next meeting.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Minutes are moved forward. 5B, fiscal matters, resolution authorizing payment to the law office of Cameron and Middleman LLP litigation matters, $1,170.87.
So moved.
Motion made and seconded by Council Petra. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Minutes, resolution approved. Resignation and appointments. Appointments, this is from the president. The Wesley 250th Commission for the Semi-Quincentennial Liaison appointment is Councilor Niemeyer. And 1B liaison appointments, I'm going to advertise the reorganization of at the next meeting for the appointments committee. Moving on, item 6 was.
Excuse me, Mr. President, we received correspondence from Jeff Serra that I would just like to enter into the record under this item.
Okay. Thank you.
Did we skip, where we are, 5CA, where we are right now? Did you skip over 5A, 5C, 1B?
I did.
We just. You want to move that to the next meeting?
Yes.
Hey, tell me, solicitor, I'd like to, tell me if I can make a motion, it's what is it, review of liaison appointments. Could I make some sort of motion that we?
You're out of order, Mr. LaPete.
I'm asking-
No one's recognized you.
I'm asking.
We're
the solicitor a
beyond
question.
this item. We're
I'm
moving on
asking-
to item
I'm
7.
asking the solicitor a question.
You're not recognized. We're
I
on
don't
to
care if
item
you
7,
recognize me.
unfinished business.
Mr. Solicitor,
Mr. LaPetra, please.
well, you said my name right. The only thing, was my name in an O or an A?
Please
Chris?
turn off your mic.
Point of order, Mr. President.
Point of order.
If the counselor spoke up to address an issue before you move down to the next item, I mean, He does have a right to address it. Now, he does need to address the president before the solicitor.
Okay, thank you. You're not recognized. Item 7, unfinished business, proposed ordinance.
Did you rule on my point of order?
Consider after the
Did you
meeting.
rule on the point of order, Mr. Duhamel?
What? You made a point of order?
Yes.
You
I thought I did, didn't I?
Yes, you did make a point of order,
You
yes.
spoke. You want to make another point of order?
No, he made a
said
point of
that-
order, you didn't rule on it.
The rules are that if a council speaks up before you move on to the next item, that the person has every right to speak up. Now, the correction is that the counselor needs to address the president and not directly to the solicitor.
So which?
So he
point of
does-
order?
Is that your ruling that he can't speak is out of order?
This item is not on the agenda anymore. We went past it.
We didn't go past it yet. And how's it not on the agenda? I'm reading it right here. You put it on the agenda. So that we could have your little circus tonight. I mean, you wrote the agenda. It's
I
right
did.
on here.
I did. That's what
Yeah.
the president does.
Okay, so and I noticed that you were very upset with the circus that you brought on, but I would like to address
Point of order.
5C1B.
You're not recognized, Mr. LaPetra. We're
Why am I
moving
not
on.
recognized?
Moving on.
Why am I not recognized?
We're moving on to item 7, unfinished business.
So you're
Proposed
not,
ordinance.
I can't speak on an
Please-
agenda
please-
item?
Please stop.
Why
Right.
can't I speak on an agenda item?
So
You have to give
for
me a
the-
reason.
There's nothing to speak about on item 1B.
So for the record, the president failed to rule on my point of order.
Thank you. Item 7, unfinished business, proposed ordinance, an ordinance in amendment of Part 2 of the Town of Westerly Code of Ordinances entitled General Legislation, Chapter 145, entitled Housing Standards, Section 25, entitled Residential Zone Short-Term Rental Registration. Amend Section 145-25, Residential Zone Short-Term Rental Resignation, Discussion and Possible Action. Refer possible amendments to the Economic Development Commission. This agenda item was discussed at the last regular meeting, and it was felt that the Economic Development Commission might give insight into the short-term rental businesses in town. The council had asked for a printout of where the short-term rental registrations were located across the town, and the manager has provided that. So with that backdrop, does the council wish to forward this to the short-term, to the Economic Development Committee?
Discussion.
Discussion.
I'm allowed to discuss this one? Thank
Yes, you are.
Okay. I was the liaison to the Economic Development Committee, all the same people 2 years ago as there are now. We talked about short-term rentals before. I know exactly what they're gonna say. They would never vote for anything that wasn't in favor of tourism. Doug Brockway is in Paris, I believe right now in a VRBO. James Kane gets his direction from the Chamber of Commerce, which is a huge proponent for tourism. And on top of that, the EDC answers to the planning board. That's where everything EDC does ends up with, the planning board. The planning board has given an opinion on this. And if we want to refer it back to the planning board, that's one idea, but if we send this to the EDC, we're just saying we don't want to do short-term, we don't want to do this ordinance, okay? It's going to die there. You either have to make a decision at some point that you want to curb this phenomenon of short-term rentals or you don't. And the only opinion we really need at this point would be Attorney Conley's. Many people have had legal questions about how this ordinance could hold up to a lawsuit, how some of the additional ideas would hold up to a lawsuit. The EDC is not going to answer any of those questions. So this is a completely wasted step. And it's basically telling the people that we don't want to do anything with the short-term rental ordinance and that we're happy just letting the town being taken over by short-term rentals. That's what you're saying if you refer this to the EDC. If we want to have an opinion from Mr. Connolly, I'm all for that. But hey, if you don't want to do short-term rentals, just say you don't want to do if you don't want to do the ordinance, just say you don't want to do the ordinance. We don't need the dog and pony show of going to the EDC first.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councilor Niemeyer?
I'd requested this agenda item because the short-term rental issue had already come up at the EDC. It was already something they were looking into, and they were looking for affirmation that it was something they should look into. I I think they're well equipped to take a look at it, just based on the talents of some of the individuals who are currently serving on the EDC. This is something I want to move forward on, and I understand the frustration of referring it to a committee. I believe that last time we actually discussed referring it to two separate committees, one being housing, which would ultimately have to go through planning.
Yes.
As I understand. So the reason we did that is because we want to be absolutely sure that we can answer the questions like the ones that were brought up on the podium tonight. I don't have good answers for those folks. And before I do something to their property by voting for an ordinance that I may not fully understand the, unintended ramifications of, I want to have data backing up my judgment. To that end, I would like us to refer to the EDC to analyze the economic impact of short-term rentals, and then separately to the planning board at a future meeting to analyze the aspect of it as it relates to affordable housing. I think those are two separate issues that should be addressed separately by committees that are specialized to address them.
Very good. Any other councilors wish to speak? Councilor Yellow?
Thank you. In last meeting, I was just going to go along with referring it to a couple of committees, but it's been referred to the planning board. And they have all the expertise. They have the legal support, they have staff support, and the EDC. I just don't see them being needed in this situation. I respect my fellow counselor and his thoughts on it, but being involved with the EDC previously, and it's not a slight against them individually. It's just I just don't think it's in their wheelhouse. There are other things that they should be doing that are already in the charter and the action steps, and they can work on that. Ms. Cordio made a good point about directing them to work on. It's a great place to work here and work on bringing in some businesses. That's where we need to focus. And that's where they should focus their energy. We've been saying it for a few years now. So hopefully that's the drive. And I think, I'm not sure exactly how it was worded in the comp plan, but I think that's generally the gist of it. So let's do that instead of just going off on all these different tangents. They love to put their hands in. If the solicitor can offer some comments about short-term rental and some of the questions we had. So I would fully support that. And if there's some new information, we can refer that back to the planning board. If the planning board wants to enlist the support or the review of the EDC, they can do that. The EDC is already reporting to them on housing issues, and it's kind of how this is related. So the planning board can ask the EDC to take a look if they want that, and maybe they do, but leave it up to the planning board. And so no, and I would just wait until I have information from the solicitor. We can make some changes. We can make changes to fines. We can increase the fines. We can do some other tweaks to the ordinance, and we can help prevent further growth of short-term rentals in the town. We may not be able to stop or lessen any that are there right now, potentially, but we could, by making some changes to the zoning ordinance, we may be able to stop further growth so we don't keep losing houses to short-term rentals. So that may be something that we can do in fairly quick. And then, if there's more complicated stuff or more detailed, let's, push it, pass that off to somebody else, but let's get some things that we can concentrate on and get on and adopt, so that, because this is a process. It takes a couple of months to get these zoning ordinances through the process and approved. So let's work on the things that we know we can do, increase the fines, a couple other tweaks, what have you, but let's stop further growth as best we can. So that would be my suggestion. And let's not kick this can down the road, so to speak. Let's resolve it as best we can immediately. Thank you. And I
Thank
do
you.
want to hear from
Any
the
other
solicitor.
councilors? Councilor Vandover?
Yeah, I would actually like to request that Ms. Ferraro, she had quite the extensive list of questions. That we get a copy of that so we could kind of tackle it as a team, on what we can actually address and what we can't from here. Sending it over to the planning board. I get it, but I think that we should tackle it right here first. It's going to come back to us anyway, and I think there's some issues that we might be able to solve right here before we send it off somewhere else and it gets lost in the shuffle, as a lot of issues do in this town. I would like to see that list. So I'm going to see if I can figure out how to get that from her and get a copy of it to everybody. And let's see what we go from there. I don't think we necessarily need to vote on EDC or planning board right this second. I just think that maybe we should have a little bit of that list so we can actually see what we can knock off of it, off of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Scialba?
I think it's still a little premature because we said at the last meeting, we wanted to get information of other towns that are having the similar issues here. I do agree that if it does go to another committee, whether it's EDC or planning board, I do agree that maybe we should look at this internally first and see what we can kind of come up with, because it's still going to come back to us. So if there's something that we can work with, let's do it. And I do also want to know what, the solicitor can also give us as far as how to move forward. It's not about kicking the can down the road. It's about just getting as much information as possible so we could get this done and get it done right. So we don't have to come back, in a year or two and make changes and tweak it. So, and in the meantime, I'm going to ask for an extension of the time because it's going on 9:30 and our meeting ends at 9:30. So I'd like to make a motion to extend the time.
Motion made and seconded by Councilor Healy. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
One opposed, 6 in favor. Councilor LaPetra opposed. Anyone else want to speak on this? Councilor Healy? All right, the last meeting we had brought this forward. I need to speak.
You want me to speak out? You want to speak last? You want me to speak after you?
You already spoke.
Yeah, but you can speak more than once. It's in our rules.
Well, I haven't spoken.
I'll speak after you then. Huh?
The last meeting, we brought this issue forward. There were a lot of questions, a lot of requests for data. There was lawsuits that were pending in 2 different towns. And, fighting the restriction of short-term rentals. There was questions about where the short-term rentals were. The managers provided that. There was the thought that it was only below Shore Road or even Route 1, and that's not the case. There was questions of minimum housing. And I've, since the last meeting, I've heard from the opposite. People in Misquamicut are upset with short-term rentals, even though nobody in this town council was questioning whether that was an appropriate use in Misquamicut. But there were people in Misquamicut that were telling me that, they're not being controlled. There's no minimum housing being enforced. So we've heard from the podium, at least 2 different meetings, that what is our goal? What are our standards? What are we trying to achieve? And we don't really have a forum for that. I don't know if we can have a workshop, if we can, as a town council, we can go back and forth with it. What is it best in a committee? And then we react to a committee's input. Councilor Niemeyer recommended that the EDC be tasked with this, to start the discussion, start the review. Seems to make sense to me to have a committee that would do that. Councilor Vandover's on that committee, Councilor Niemeyer, so you get potentially 2 different perspectives. So it's up to this council if you want to move it forward or not. I'm at a loss from what you guys want. I'm sure. Council, Solicitor Conley.
So, responding to the conversation that you're having, the council recall last month, or the beginning of this month, I'm going to forget the date on it. I provided you with a review of, the pending cases in the state. Although they are not final yet, I think it's fair to describe the court's approach to this as looking at it, as zoning, a land use issue. The court's guidance at this point, subject to both those decisions are under review, but the court's guidance at this point seemed to be that you should look at regulating short-term rentals through your zoning code and as a use matter. Any ordinance, depending upon what your specific goals are, that you craft, my strong suggestion is that you do that through the mechanism of zoning regulation. Again, I know I'm saying it for the third time, but I want to emphasize, this is still an evolving issue in front of the courts. But the challenge that you're confronting is that while it's sort of making its way through the courts, it's exploding in our community. And so I think the best, most efficient thing you can do is decide what your goals are in terms of how you want to regulate it, and then give me the opportunity to put those goals into the structure of a zoning ordinance and regulation.
Thank you.
I'd like to respond to the solicitor.
Councilor LaPetra.
Fortunately, my ordinance uses exactly that, zoning. So, and this is from your tutelage. That's why I wrote it that way, of course. It seems to me if we were to send it anywhere, it would end, I would have to say planning based on what the solicitor just said. Obviously, it doesn't belong in EDC or housing. It's from the solicitor's point of view, if this is going to end up as a zoning ordinance, planning is the only place that we would send it. However, doesn't mean we can't tackle it first. Why it's going to come back to us anyway. So we have to make the decisions. Maybe we want to make a decision like President Duhamel was suggesting that below Shore Road, we set a 90-day rule. We could do certain things like that. We can maybe move, if we're not happy with south of Shore Road, maybe we could say include all of Shore Road. But Mr. Connolly said it's going to end up as a zoning ordinance. The only two bodies in this town equipped to do that would be us as the planning board. So you guys make a decision. I'd like to do it myself. If you think you need the planning board first, it's up to you.
Yeah, Councilor Healy.
I just want to, it's actually tomorrow, July 22nd of 2024. We already received a letter from the planning board that gives their suggestions. They recommend the zoning ordinance amendments such as zoning overlay district, and it's best to use the method to accomplish geographic delineation limits on ownership structure and other regulations. So planning has already seen this. Planning has already given the last session's council their recommendation. So we have to go forward from this. If this, I just don't see why we should go backwards. I am in favor of a workshop. I think that should happen. I think it's important that we all sit down and have this conversation because there have been ideas put out there that sound real good, but we just don't have the time or space when we're sitting up here to do that. So I would love to see a workshop. Thank you.
Okay, Councilor Niemeyer.
Yeah, having listened to my fellow counselors and also assessing that it seems like I may not have the votes, I think a workshop makes a lot of sense as the next step rather than referring it to a committee or commission. That way we can get the questions addressed from Ms. Ferraro. We can ask our questions more freely of the solicitor. I think it's a good idea for a workshop to be what happens next.
Okay, moving with that, any other comments from Mr. Connolly's review?
No, I agree that the workshop, and I think finally going to get there. It's been mentioned before, and I think it's time to do it. Do a workshop.
Okay. So Ms. Ferraro, tonight asked, what was the percentage of, what I wrote at least,
400 units per 10,000.
for 10,000, homes, and how many second homes are not rented at all? I don't know if you can figure that out. Yeah. I guess that data is not going to be forthcoming.
Will be readily available because we do not have to be a registered voter. You could say you could take the registered voter list to find out matches of property, but somebody does not have to be registered to vote. I don't think we can access the IRS to find out where they file taxes, but
Mr. President, what if people have, if they have questions or ideas they want looked at or something, how about, if it's okay, just have counselors send them into the clerk and she can get them to the manager and solicitor, and then you can get a feel for when a workshop would be appropriate. Or
people have concerns, maybe we can put something out there. If you got concerns, submit it in writing and.
I mean, they're aware of some already that we've already addressed in previous meetings, but maybe that's a way to go.
Okay, so the council's going to keep this on our docket in a workshop, and we're going to forward our questions to the clerk, who will compile them for the town to evaluate, town council to evaluate. And they could be any question.
We can put something out just to encourage people to put their concerns or questions. So.
And we'll have compiled the planning board's review that Council Healy had read from a year ago. And any other data that you can find on the subject from past Bill Aiello's council that worked on it. Very good. Do I have a motion to continue? Or do I?
How about we just, I don't think we need a motion to continue. We're referring it to a workshop.
Okay. Refer to a workshop. It's on our to-do list. Okay. Without anything new on that, moving on, new business. Legislation 8A, legislation relating to criminal offenses, the Rhode Island Assault Weapons Ban Act of 2025, discussion and possible action. Also within the agenda, Senate Bill number 0359 introduced on 2/21/25 and Senate Bill number 0359 sub A introduced 6/17/25 and signed by the governor. This was asked to be put on the agenda by 2 or 3 counselors.
Discussion.
Discussion.
Well, this isn't what was asked to be put on the agenda. What was asked to be put on the agenda was the resolution opposing this legislation, and somehow you listed the legislations. I don't know. The resolution was when it was turned in by Mr. Devine. That's what we wanted on the agenda.
Yes, Councilor Healy.
That, the resolution it needs to be redone. So that's the only reason why I thought maybe it wasn't on the agenda, because it was written prior to the Senate bill being passed. So with that no longer pending, it was passed. It becomes law next July. So I guess I'm confused. No, it says on there that it's going to go, I don't have it all written down. It says it's gonna be, the wording is it's gonna go to so-and-so. It's, yes, the dates are wrong. Yes, things need to be edited. It can't be presented to us not correct.
Chris, who's writing these agendas? You or Councilor Healy?
Really?
We
Okay, anyways,
have
so-
referrals, Mr. LaPetra, that.
Which
I
you
try to react
referred to. This is your referral, so
That you were quite indignant about.
Westerly cannot overturn the law. So I don't want to silence anyone's opinion. Everyone's entitled to disagree with the law, but as a council, we should be using our time a little bit more efficiently. This doesn't have anything to do with this council. It is above us. We are, as stated by our solicitor, our stuff needs to be in line with the state. Unless all of the buttons are getting ticked off, it doesn't matter. So why are we wasting our time on a piece of paper that's not going to mean anything?
You mean
I
like
get
resistant ice? Is
that-
that what you're from? I'm getting
We're
confused.
staying on this subject, Mr. LaPetra, so.
She wants to be in line with the law.
Keep your
That's exactly what I'm
comments.
going to talk about. I'm really excited for that segue. Thanks.
Yes, Councilor Vandover.
I'm just not clear on what Counselor Healy means by what dates are you talking about on this resolution or
This isn't
the-
even advertised.
the bill?
So this would violate the Open Meetings Act if we want to get into this.
Huh?
I think it has to be re-advertised. Councilor Aiello, you're pretty adept at this.
So maybe we should ask the
I think
solicitor.
there's a person to my right who's much more qualified at the OMA, but generally, the request has been a few times now to have a resolution. Now, if a counselor is requesting a resolution, or, they should provide something to the clerk or the solicitor and have it formatted and okay, I'm just saying, I don't know. I wasn't involved in that process, but I'm just saying, generally speaking, the council provides the data or a draft resolution or something to the clerk and the solicitor to go by, and they properly format it for Westerly, and we go from that. Now, I know Mr. Devine provided one that could have been tweaked to make it more Westerly appropriate. I don't remember what it said.
Yeah, so it's not in front of us. We can't really tweak it tonight.
No, I know we can't tweak it, but it can, from this point forward, go and it can get tweaked. Now, it's kind of a moot point, the resolution.
Councilor Healy's point, this is.
It's already been
passed.
approved. And now, could the council as a body, I don't know if you got the votes, but the council could as a body send the signal to the state that, hey, maybe this is something you need to relook at or something along those lines. I'm not sure and I'm not trying to influence any counselors on what they want to present and have a discussion. Whatever resolution you want, put it on there and we'll discuss it. I just don't know how much impact it's going to have right now. That's why I took the three I requested off, because the legislature's done for the season.
So let's,
I was
Councilor Vandover will forward a draft resolution to the solicitor.
very
And
good.
it'll be on the next agenda.
However, I just want to reiterate that this is still very, very important. I don't care what the state passed. We as a Westerly body need to take a vote on supporting or not supporting this. Regardless of whether it passed or not. First of all, there's going to be tons of lawsuits on this, the state, their decision. So this is still very important. This tells people what we stand for or don't stand for. And I think we need to make it clear what we do and we don't stand for in terms of our Second Amendment rights. So that is my point on this. I will submit this to Ms. LeBlanc and go from there. But this had been asked for 4 times. 4 times. This is now going to be number 5.
Well, there's no urgency, is there?
There is urgency. We need to take a stand on this,
Okay.
one way or the other. I mean, we're talking about our Second Amendment rights here. I don't want mine taken away. I don't know about anybody else, but I certainly don't want mine taken away. And I'm gonna definitely vote for this. Again, we as a body, we as a town need to make a stance on whether we want to give up our rights to carry or not. Although it's not that drastic, carry certain firearms, any firearm we should be able to have in our home to protect ourselves, whatever reason. We all know what the Second Amendment says. So we need to take a stand on this. It's very important. It's no different than the First Amendment, being able to sit here and speak. This is very, very important. And it needs to be addressed by our town council to make a decision one way or the other as to whether or not we support it or we don't. Go on record to support it or don't. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? We'll look for the the next agenda to have that draft referendum resolution. 8B, creating a possible marketing message promoting Westerly, Rhode Island, refer to the Economic Development Commission. Discussion and possible action. Councilor Niemeyer.
Yeah, so the EDC is looking for what they want to do next. This is something that has kind of been on their docket, something they've been looking at for a while. And they were hoping that the council would back them as this being the next thing that they should tackle. Joy Cordio came up during this most recent public comment session, and she suggested that we be very specific in what we are asking them to do in terms of a marketing message promoting Westerly. And having heard some counselors kind of throwing stuff around, not just at this meeting, but at different meetings. I think maybe a specific thing we should have them look at is how to promote new year-round industries in town. New year-round industries. That should be the specific marketing pitch we're making in terms of diversifying our economy. That's my opinion. And maybe by the end of this, we'll have a motion to refer it in that manner, but I just wanted to make it known at the top. I think that that is the specific pinpoint message that we want to be sending to the outside world, that we are looking for year-round new industries.
Very good. Any other questions? Council Van Dover.
I'm going to piggyback off of Mr. Niemeyer here. Yes, we actually did speak about some of these goals at the last meeting, if you recall. One of their goals was exactly that. Let's promote it as a place where we could bring in other industry, Trader Joe's, a hotel on Route 1 for the airport. I also brought up, this is my baby, community college, a trade school. We have no trade school. We have no community college here. We don't have anything to keep our youth here or draw our youth here. So I had asked the planning Mayor Nancy Latondra, I'm sorry, forgive me, I forget her title, about whether it conflicted with any of our zoning regulations on putting in a college of some sort, whether it's teaching welding, what have you. So those were things that we did discuss, and this is actually on their list of goals of things to accomplish to date. Thank you.
The Westerly Education Center is.
But bigger, I'm talking bigger. I'm talking like out at Benny's, where we could put in a community college of some sort that maybe offers both classes as well as, and keep it feasible for our children to be able to go there without having to pay astronomical amounts of money for college. I do like the trades. I think that's where it's at. You can jump into a trade as a apprentice and start out at $60 an hour. That's a lot of money for somebody just coming fresh out of college. And you can be an apprentice, make some money at the same time. There's lots of things that can be done, and it will keep people here year round. There'll be teachers. There'll be the students that will stay here in the summer. They'll stick around maybe and work in our summer tourist attractions. I think there's a wide range of benefits to some type of additional schooling. Thank you.
Councilor Petra.
We started off good. Mike said something I've been saying for years. He says, let's refer year-round industry, and loved it. Year-round jobs, new industry, year-round jobs. And then Rose jumped in and started saying EDC's ideas. I hear a hotel for tourism and a school where kids can work in the summer. We're missing it already. We didn't even get past one counselor and already we missed the point. So let's stick to what Mike said, and let's forget all these bad ideas about more restaurants and hotels, and let's focus on exactly what he said. And I would like repeating his words because Mike says things very well. Focus on new industry for year-round jobs. Is that how you said it?
New year-round industries.
All right. Let's not get off on a tangent here with whatever happened right after that. Let's do that, please. And that's how we should refer this.
Any other comments?
Comedy hour. No, Maybe it'll stick this time with Councilor Niemeyer saying it. It's been mentioned several times now to the EDC. So maybe now with the council, with its full force, says as a group, work on new year-round industries. Let's do it. Keep it highly focused, streamlined. That's it. Focus that. And I believe that's one of their action items in the comprehensive plan. So let's make sure they stick to the comp plan, do that. When they finish that, then consider something else. So I would fully support what Councilor Niemeyer said.
Any other comments? Councilor Shalaba?
I agree as well with Counselor Niemeyer, and it sounds like we pretty much have a consensus here. Maybe we should just vote on it tonight and just move it forward.
That's possible action is would allow that. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Councilor Niemeyer?
Second.
Yeah. So moved.
Motion by Councilor Niemeyer, second by Councilor Aiello. How's that?
I still think mine's a good idea. Sorry.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? New year-round industries coming up. Moving to communications and reports. 9A, liaison reports. Any reports? Councilor Shalaba?
I have a report actually from the Chamber of Commerce that this weekend, Saturday, July 26th, downtown River Glow with live music, floating bonfires, entertainment. It's free for everybody. And also, they wanted me to mention their 100th anniversary party, August 3rd on the Green in Watch Hill from 5 to 9. Tickets are on sale for anybody that wants to go to their 100th anniversary party at the oceanchamber.org.
Thank you. Any others? Council Vandover?
I don't really have a liaison report, but I did go to the planning board meeting and I thought that I could update us on just a few things Dylan and I both thought were very important that's happening with the Tower Street School. Based on funding, they've reduced the size of the building to 7,990 square foot. They're now trying to, they're going to do the job training, Wood River Health, but Wood River Health is going to become behavioral health. So it's more along the lines of rehab type health. They said that they were having the ability to attract regular physicians is very hard, primary care physicians. So that I found interesting and maybe even a little bit concerning. And also the residential condos, Main Street project, they're going to be putting in some units there, 181 on the river and 190 across the street, Main Street. There's going to be a total of 11 units. And so, I'm sorry, total of 18 units. That doesn't add up. 11 units across the street from the river, 3 at 190, which is on the, no, flip-flop. 11 on the riverside, 3 on the street side. So 2 bedrooms and 1 bedrooms. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Just to piggyback on that, just to clean it up a little, maybe it's the old Lee Cleaners, we have 11 apartments. The apartment building next to Ray's Barber Shop, kind of more on the corner of Main Street, will have 3 apartments. So that's what she was saying there. And as far as the Wood River Health, yeah, the whole footprint's been reduced. It's something, the substance abuse is something that Wood River Health does in their Wood River location too. So it's not like it was a bait and switch or anything like that. It's a smaller, it's going to be a much smaller scale of what we originally thought it was going to be. I'm not sure that maybe Ms. Vandover can help me. I'm not sure that there's an indoor gym anymore. What, was there?
I believe they said there was, yes.
Okay, maybe there is, okay,
Yeah.
but yeah, and we'll see what becomes of it. I mean, obviously the funding was not what they thought it was going to be, or neither was the philanthropy, but we did it, so it's there for 65 years, so.
Counselor Healy.
If it's okay, I just want to clarify, this isn't, Wood River Health is not a rehab. It's behavioral health, which is very different than a rehab. It's not substance abuse, it is behavioral health. Those are very different things. And again, these are the things that need to be very clear when this council is putting out messaging. We need to use the correct words.
Counselor Niemeyer.
Yes, this was shared with me by Councilor Van Dover. It was something she learned at the planning board meeting. I thought that's what you were going to address. But the EDC, we've been talking about them for some time. We're liaisons to that body. They have been putting together a list of suggestions for how to move forward on the Route 1 corridor study.
Okay.
They were going to form a working group with the Architectural Review Board and the Planning Board. However, their solicitor informed them that they do not have the power to do that, and it will have to come to this council to form that working group as a committee or commission or some such. So that's going to have to be a future agenda item.
Okay.
Can I just piggyback off of that? However, they're not looking to do that. They actually decided that instead what they would do would be like they did with the EDC, have a combination meeting. They would announce it, have a combination meeting between the EDC or the Architectural Review Board with the Planning Board, and that's how they're going to approach it. That way, there's no need for an additional committee of any sort.
And
Okay. Any other liaison reports? Hearing none. Town council? I think most of the agenda is duplicate.
Just that the solicitor's office has a lot of reading to do.
Yeah, so all that was referred last meeting to the solicitor, and he's going through Atlantic Ave, Noise Neck, and what's the other one?
There's a few.
Beach Drive, thank you. Yes. So the solicitor's going to go through the title of all those.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Again, Mr. President, there was correspondence submitted by Tara DiMuccio and Lori Wycall regarding item 10 on the town council report that I'd like to enter into the record.
Yes, please do. Do you need a vote for that? Okay. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Anything on the town council? Yes, go ahead,
Can I direct my question to the manager?
please.
Mr. Manager, for the response to Mr. Azanaro, Senator Azanaro, from the Traffic Commission, it says in there that they're going to have to do some further investigation. I just didn't know if you knew an average on how this typically works, how long they typically come out with some sort of something to us.
I'm sure you're referring to Sandy Lane, the middle school one?
Yes.
Yeah, so they originally said no.
Mhm.
We pushed back.
Okay.
So they're reconsidering it because there is enough room for it if you shift, use some of the center lane.
Yeah.
Because the center lane is 2 cars wide. So they're giving it consideration. We'll reevaluate it because there is enough room there. You're dealing with the state. I'm not going to get an answer next week, but I could get an answer in a month. It could be 3 months. I mean, they do give you a response, but they
Okay.
do not give you a time frame.
Yeah.
by any
Thank you.
means.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you. Moving to the town manager report, 7/21/25. Mr. Manager, you had provided a response from the council regarding the procedures and policy that the town of Westerly does. And my reason for wanting this on was to really define how great our police response is and how they serve the public of Westerly. So I don't want to put words in Ms. Councilor Healy's mouth, but that was the same. Please, please go forward. Let Councilor Healy.
There has been a lot of things that have been said that have never come out of my mouth. So I need to just, before I get into the details of the memos, I really need to be absolutely clear. I am not advocating that we break the law. I am not suggesting we ignore judicial warrants. I am certainly not attacking or wanting to micromanage our town manager, our solicitor, or our police department. None of that would ever be suggested out of my mouth. But what I am doing is raising concerns and bringing awareness and education about the difference between a judicial warrant, which is signed by a judge and carries full legal authority. Judicial warrant, we get no say on it, and I am not ever going to advocate or have ever advocated for that. But the ICE forms, which they're labeled in the memos, it's I-200, I-205, and I-247A. So those are not a judicial warrant. They are not signed by a judge. They're signed by ICE agents, and they do not meet the constitutional standards for lawful detention. And I understand that this distinction isn't something that most people deal with day to day. And that is exactly why I've tried to approach this by leading with education and never accusation. I've been focused on getting clear and current information, and I am very thankful that we have that in writing. Thank you to everyone that was involved. I really do appreciate it. That was step one. Step two is making sure that the policies are legal and that we're not exposing this town or our officers to liability. I don't have to agree on everything in those memos, but I do have a responsibility to make sure what we're doing is right and constitutional. It was mentioned earlier today about micromanaging and not telling, our DPW how to do anything. But we do set their budget for how much they can spend. We do approve the roads that they're going to do. I'm not looking to micromanage or even say that I am of any type of capability to do what our police officers do. I am not. I want our residents to know this is about all of us. The goal was never to create conflict. It is to protect people. This isn't about just one group of people. It is protecting everyone, our residents, our visitors, our officers, and the town itself. We have to recognize our role as a town, whether someone's living here, visiting, working, caregiving. If they're not the worst of the worst, then we should be doing our part to protect them and not help target them. So again, I am very thankful for the memos and the attached policies. So we could all review them. We all had time to look through them. And I'm hoping that we can talk openly and honestly about what's written in them and whether they hold up legally or if they could be quietly putting us at risk. So if it's okay, Mr. Manager, I just want to point out 3 of my personal concerns. One on each policy. So
and I don't mean to interrupt, I apologize, but we were tasked with the question. I think I deserve an opportunity to respond to the questions. And then if you have questions as a result of my response, by all means, ask them.
I apologize. I just thought that's what the memo was doing.
Am I okay to
Yeah,
proceed?
please help.
Keep in mind, the tone of this was set from the start. I was asked, would the police department work with ICE? I answered the question, yes. Ms. Healy, you asked me, I want to repeat, this is what you said. Will the police department work with ICE? I answered, they absolutely will, 100%. Your reply was, I hope everyone heard that. Clearly intended, I'm telling you the intention that came from the police department, which is why the chief and captain is sitting here tonight, is because it was clearly intended to spark controversy in their eyes, to sow distrust between the department and the public. And as they're told, after over 20 years of law enforcement between them both, they find it deeply troubling the way the response came. We talked about how actions had taken up here. We've all done things wrong. I'm not going to say we haven't said anything we regret it. Comments like that are intended to provoke and may embroil those who wish to do harm to law enforcement. That's the way the police department took it. Whether it was right, wrong, or indifferent, that's how they took it. So to answer the questions that you had regarding these, I'll answer it again. Whether the police department currently cooperates with ICE and other federal immigration agencies and what other conditions. Yes, the police department cooperates with all federal agencies, including Department of Homeland Security, Immigration, Customs Enforcement. If any assistance is requested by any federal agency, the police department will assist. The second question was whether the police department honors and requests administrative subpoenas and how those are handled. Myself, the chief, and Bill Conley met with two people from ICE, attorneys from ICE, to go through to find out if anything changed as far as their requirements goes. So the police department honors immigration detainers. Notice of action. I don't want to go through all the wording in here, but it breaks it all down to follow general orders. It falls under impartial policing of the police department. It says, in the event a person is found to have a detainer from the police department, Homeland Security, through an inquiry through our RILET system or NCIC system, the person shall be taken into custody or held for a reasonable period of time. And if you read any of this, it was a 48-hour window is what the threshold was. This confirmation process, when you're confirming it, goes to a supervisor on the ICE side. As far as an immigration detainer, notice of action, a detainer requests that a law enforcement agency both notify DHS, Department of Homeland Security, as early as practical, at least 48 hours. If possible, before removal alien is released from criminal custody, to let them know that in fact we have it. The period is not to exceed 48 hours, or otherwise the person is released. They'll be released from the custody. It says, pursuant to the ICE detainer policies, all detainers must be accompanied by, and it doesn't mean anything to anybody here, a Form 1200 warrant of arrest of an alien signed by an authorized immigration officer, and a Form I-205 warrant of removal signed by an authorized immigration officer. All ICE detainers, this is new from 2017, all ICE detainers are all required and have to be supported by probable cause. 3, training protocols, policies are in place. We don't have to go through the policies, but I list the 3 policies. And I just want to spell out in the first policy that in the event a person is found to have a detainer, this is in department policies, from the Homeland Security through an inquiry through RILET system or NCIC, the person shall, again, I say shall be taken into custody and held for a reasonable period of time until DHS, Department of Homeland Security, confirms that they will take custody of the suspect. This confirmation process will be conducted by the supervisor. And the next policy, well, the same policy, training. All department officers shall receive initial training from the police academy. They receive retraining at least once every year on the harms of bias-based policing and discrimination, including legal aspects and review of all policies. This happens on an annual basis. The next policy, requests for mutual aid from law enforcement agencies. The chief of police of the Westerly Police Department, after receiving a request for mutual aid from any law enforcement agency, may direct or assign a member or the members of the department to provide the assistance requested. These are current policies in place. There's nothing's changed as a result of it. And lastly, when it comes to rules and regulations under arrests, whenever possible, arrest should be made under the authority of a valid warrant. Arrests without warrants, well, shall be made in accordance with the laws prescribed in departmental procedures. All constitutional and statutory rights shall be provided to all arrested persons at the time of the arrest and immediately thereafter. Only sworn officers of the departments can conclude that. So last question was coordinated efforts of the superintendent. You had inquired about the school, if we coordinate with the school. So in meeting with ICE and talking to ICE, ICE executes all arrest warrants outside of the school, all 100%, unless there is some exigent circumstances to dictate otherwise. At that point, all agencies involved, including Westerly for assistance, would be notified, as well as the superintendent would be notified. And the police department does not take any actions or any duties as an immigration officer. They're not immigration officers, they're only assistant notifying them. So in conclusion, I know there's some questions to Bill and it's under my report, but Bill, I'll certainly let him answer his own. So just to be clear on how it works with ICE, no federal law prohibits local cooperation with ICE. There is nothing out there that says local police departments cannot cooperate with ICE. There is no federal statute that prohibits local law enforcement honoring ICE detainers or cooperating with ICE. In fact, the federal government encourages it because if you don't cooperate, your liability can go up, your liability side can go up a little bit. If you're told to ignore it, or so forth. ICE detainers are requests, but requests can be honored. ICE detainers are administrative requests They're not judicial warrants. This means local law enforcement is not obligated to comply. However, they're not barred from complying and assisting ICE. Rhode Island law does not forbid compliance. There is nothing in the Rhode Island law, state laws, that prohibits honoring ICE detainers. But they are policy choices within the operation of the police department. Westerly is not legally barred by state law in any shape to assist ICE in any way. Limited compliance reduces liability risk, so limited compliance. They want us to have limited compliance. No compliance at all, increased liability risk. Limited compliance, reduced liability risks. Federal priorities supersede local ordinances. There are federal laws out there that supersede any local or state statutes regarding detainers and ICE. So in conclusion of that whole summary, the police department can legally assist ICE. They do it voluntarily. They respect the constitutional time limits as outlined earlier. They do not detain someone without due process or probable cause. And there's no specific Rhode Island law or local ordinance that forbids this. In short, cooperation with ICE is lawful, discretionary, and constitutionally limited. Westerly Police Department remains on solid legal ground when assisting ICE within those bounds. Keep in mind, as we go through these policies, the police department has received state accreditation and they're receiving national accreditation in the month of August, which means all their policies and procedures comply with the state and national standards for policing and all fall within the realm of ICE. So that's my conclusion. I guess, Bill, if you want to go through yours, you want to go through yours quickly?
Sure, Mr. President. Please. Thank you. So the first question, there's significant overlap between, I think, the information that the town manager just provided and my responses to the specific questions from Councilor Healy. The first was whether or not the police department currently cooperates with ICE or other federal immigration enforcement agencies and under what conditions. Essentially, that's a duplicate question. And so my response pretty much mirrors the information that town manager just provided. Whether ICE detainer, the second question was whether ICE detainer requests or administrative subpoenas are considered legally binding in Rhode Island, especially given the state's 2014 guidance requiring a judicial warrant for such holds. My response to that was that the Westerly Police Department currently does exist in enforcing ICE detainers, but they must be supported by probable cause. All ICE detainers must be supported by probable cause. There's a bit of history there. There was a case Rhode Island Federal District Court that had an impact nationwide, but it was Rhode Island Federal District Court. And it examined the issue of the use of an ICE detainer specifically on a form that did not require probable cause. Court essentially said at that point that municipalities, the state in that instance, but would extend to municipalities, could be liable for detention on an ICE detainer that didn't require probable cause. As a consequence of that federal lawsuit and a consequence of that decision, ICE detainers now require probable cause. And it's my understanding of the police department's policy, and as just explained by the town manager, the police department will only act on ICE detainers that are supported by probable cause. The next question was whether adopting a resolution of public policy reaffirming the town's commitment to family unity, constitutional rights, and public safety would carry any legal risk or contractual implications. My answer to that was no. A resolution affirming the town's commitment to family unity, constitutional rights, and public safety does not expose the town to any legal risk. And finally, whether we could consider formal policies or guidance that prohibit honoring ICE detainers without a judicial warrant. So I think the key difference for people to understand when you use the term judicial warrants and ICE detainers. ICE detainers are a civilly issued document. They go through an administrative process, not a judicial process. A judicial warrant is issued in criminal matters, essentially matters in which arrest powers are at issue through the judicial warrant that's issued through the courts, but it's for criminal matters. The ICE detainers are civil in nature, issued administratively, but they must be supported by probable cause. Prevent local questioning or detaining of individuals based solely on suspected immigration status. The Westerly Police Department does not question or detain an individual based solely on suspected immigration status. Questioning and detention of an individual requires more than mere suspicion, and we follow that guidelines. We require probable cause. And clarify that town resources should not be used for immigration enforcement outside of what's legally required. The police department may only engage in immigration enforcement action which meets all legal requirements. And the policies that the town manager referenced and that I directed attention to in my memo all meet legal requirements.
Yeah, just in conclusion, I get it. People have different views on laws. Obviously, I had 35 years in the police department. Do I agree with every law we had to enforce? No. But I couldn't pick and choose what laws we wanted to enforce. If we don't agree with the laws, and you go with your state and federal legislators and you get the laws changed, and those are the laws we have to abide by. I mean, that's it in a nutshell. So I guess if I didn't answer your question in my response, you can certainly, Alex, give me your concerns or questions you had now.
Well, first, I just want to take accountability. My intention was never to make our police department feel any type of way. If my delivery was unacceptable, I truly apologize, and I will work on that. That's not acceptable. I've made the call multiple times to our police department. They've been there. Everybody I've talked to, as a matter of fact, has said, please don't say anything about Mr. Lacy. He has helped me out when I needed it. And I said, I hear you. I totally hear you. As with before, my only concern this entire time was having the public be aware, which now they are, perfect. And then just making sure that we're in line with the only thing that I was going to say was on the 700.09. And that was it's the one that says like the reasonable period of time. And I thank you for putting it in the memo, the 48 hours, excuse me. My suggestion was going to be to have that in the actual policy to close that loophole for our police department not to be in some sort of hot water. And then I appreciate bringing up, I don't know what case our solicitor was talking about, but the one that I had really dug into was Morales versus Chadbourne.
That's it.
And that was the one that I was, and I apologize if my takeaway from this was wrong. I thought I did my due diligence asking professionals, but if I didn't receive the proper information, I also take responsibility for that. It's my job to make sure I know what I'm about to say. I took that Morales versus Chadbourne as ICE detainers are not warrants, and detaining someone without judicial authorization, that's when like the Fourth Amendment came in. That is where my concern has always been. It is about residents, businesses, workers knowing what's up. Now they do. Awesome. Very happy about that. That is the only one that I was worried about. And like, I honestly, I can't apologize enough for my delivery. Truly, I do, sitting here reflecting on it, I know I get, or maybe all of us, but I'll talk for myself. When we're sitting up here, it is a very different feeling than the rest of my entire life. So I apologize. I want to acknowledge that we don't always get it right, but that policy is what made me nervous. And I am not nervous because of, I think that we're going after the wrong people. Those are not my words. I know that we have always, there's never once been any type of person coming against our police department or our town on the topic of immigration. Fully recognize that. But with the way that the climate is, it brought it to my attention that, if this does happen, are we as a town and as officials, are we protected? So I wanted this to always, my intentions were always good and honest and rooted in the desire to educate, not escalate. And I apologize if that is what came across. That is not what I wanted to present to not only the council, but our staff and our leaders. That is certainly not the direction I was intending on taking that to. So, like I said, that was my main concern. I appreciate you bringing up that case. That was the one that I was worried about. So if our solicitor is saying that the reasonable amount of time language is fine and that's legal and constitutional, then it's all out there. It's exactly what I requested, and I appreciate it. So those were my concerns.
Just for clarification quickly, I just want to, the 48-hour thing would never happen at the Westerly Police Department. We do not hold anyone over 24 hours, and they would have to go to the state correctional facility, of which the state correctional facility would not continue to hold them beyond that 24 based on the detainment from ICE. So you'd never get to the 48 hours. The reason is reasonable because Rhode Island has a 2-hour detention law on the police side. So if we stop you for suspicion, we can hold you for 2 hours to question you on things. So I'm assuming that's why it says reasonable suspicion. And I'm sure the comment you made was taken, whether it was rightfully or wrongly, because of the climate in the country that the police are dealing with on a daily basis. You got definitely two split sides on ICE that are one side not wanting the police to deal anything with ICE, ignore it, and the other side to comply with it. So I'm sure based on what I indicated took place is why there was so much resistance on the police side.
Thank you. I do recognize that they take the most amount of arrows out of maybe any profession that we have in this country. So I will work on my presentation, and Captain in Chief, I apologize and I extend that to your entire team. I will do better than that. I know now.
So I want to thank the manager, the solicitor, and working with the chief and the captain on this clarification to show that the citizens of Westerly that we're not, this isn't what you see on TV. This is thoughtfully done. It's to protect our citizens, to protect our school children. And this memo just solidifies what we already know, that the police department is on our side. So please.
I just want to go through my report. I'm done with that. There's one thing I want, if anybody has any other questions, I'll take them, but I just want to go through the last correspondence on the report, which was for Granite Street and Franklin, Granite Street and East Avenue, just so everyone has an understanding what the letter means if you didn't read it. They repaved Route 1. We have, they did all the ADA compliance intersections with ramps and so forth. So the East Ave, just picture yourself driving on Route 1, East Avenue. You bear right onto East Avenue. So it's a right turn on red there. There's also a crosswalk there. So when you hit the crosswalk sign to cross East Avenue, I'm not talking cross Route 1, you'll get the walking symbol, but cars can still go right onto East Avenue because it's a right on red. So one of the issues we brought before the DOT was, should that be addressed? Should you make it a priority crosswalk? Now, keep in mind what that means. When you hit the crosswalk button, all lights turn red, you have priority crosswalk. So, but still people are going to think they can go right on red. So they're going to change that to a priority crosswalk, right? Priority. So meaning the light's going to go red all the way around when anyone hits those devices. And then they're changing it to a no right on red East Avenue. Keep in mind, signs up, it was supposed to go up this week. So they must have put it up. That's going to upset people because then people aren't going to pay attention. So there's going to be more enforcement on the police. And keep in mind, when you do the priority crosswalk thing, it delays the lights longer, which aggravates people even more because they're sitting at the light as you wait for the counter to go down on the crosswalk. Also had a similar request for John Street because people turn off John Street right or left. We're going to go to DOT and ask them, hey, will you consider that as a priority crosswalk? which means that's going to delay that intersection longer if they go for it. Just to explain to you, I just want to explain to you what that's all about. So the East Avenue one is already, I don't know if they changed the crosswalk yet, it's reprogramming, but they said they were going to put up a sign this week for no right on red. But again, how many people, if you've done it for 30 years, you're not reading the sign on the pole that says no right on red. So
People find out soon enough. Council.
I just, could we maybe move the crosswalk further down or something? I mean, the crosswalk on the no right on red over on East Ave, I like going right on red over there. So was there a plan B? Maybe we move the crosswalk further down the road or something?
didn't necessarily, I just wanted to do the priority crosswalk was our request.
Oh.
Then they evaluate it and they go, actually, we're going to do no right turn on red. I didn't want, because no right turn is just going to delay, it's going to delay things long. And it frustrates people. And when you delay things and make them stop, you have more accidents. I hate this. That's just reality of it. So that's their decision, not ours. So.
Okay.
I just gonna make a comment about it. There's one sign and it's way up. One of the signals, the new sign that says no turn on red or whatever it says, one way up top. You got people, you paying attention to traffic and people walking most of the time. I just happen to see it and there's no, typically when they change something, they put a notice up or something. There's no notice. No
Ignorance of
flashing.
the law, they say it doesn't work. So if you drive down the street with no speed limit signs, it doesn't mean you can go as fast as you want.
Right,
It means
right.
you have to go reasonable speed. So I'm telling you, you'll never win. I mean, if it's not in the right place, I can get them to put another one up and try to make it more.
It would probably be helpful. I mean, keep that one, but it would be helpful probably if you put one
another
down a
one.
little lower on the right there so people can actually
Yeah,
see it.
I can try.
But I don't like that idea of the changing that John Street one, because a lot of people just cross that one crosswalk.
Cross the one, but now people are coming off John, turning left. I just had a complaint tonight about it. And so if you make that priority, it's going to stop everything.
Okay,
in
so
all
it'll stop the
directions.
turning traffic.
Well, there's no turning arrow. You can go straight on John or turn left or right. So it will prioritize that all lights are red. There'll be not, because now if you're crossing Route 1, John Street light is green. You can walk across Route 1. It's actively walking.
Mhm.
Now it's going to prioritize everything red if they go for it. And then you get the walking symbol. So you're waiting the 26 seconds or whatever.
Well, some of the rationale they put in that letter for East Ave was because people treat it like an off-ramp. Yeah.
The top of Granite Street Hill, they think it's and D'Angelo, they think it's a right on red. That's
Yeah,
not,
yeah.
that's straight.
Yeah. More contribution to the town coffers, right? So, yeah, all right.
But
Thank you.
let's keep going with the town solicitor report. Mr. Conley?
Yes, Mr. President. So I provided a memo regarding eminent domain at the request of the council. I know from earlier comments, Council Van Dover has some questions about it. Since what the memo does is identify the state laws that would apply, identifies the charter provisions that would apply. Points out, because the request came in the context of, rights of ways in the fire district, points out that the fire districts are quasi-public under state law, so the issues that you would confront in one public agency exercising eminent domain over another public agency, and points out that under the Rhode Island and federal constitutions, those due process is required to be followed, which is laid out in the state laws that I identified. So that's what the memo does, and I'm happy to answer any questions or supplement it in any way if there's additional questions.
Anyone wish to raise a question?
Thank you for doing that. May I address the solicitor?
Please.
Thank you for doing all that, Bill. I appreciate it. I do think that I was looking for a little more of a generic description of the process of eminent domain. And it's kind of confusing because we're dealing with Spring Avenue, and then we're dealing with Fort Road. So I guess what I was looking for was a little bit more, again, regimented. These are the steps, boom, 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 boom. So I don't know if you can tweak that to make it a little more clear for people that would like to be educated on that a little better. That would be great.
Sure. So I certainly can do that. I can, do like a 1, 2, 3, 4. that 1, 2, 3, 4 though should frankly be looked at in the context of the issues that I outlined in this memo regarding the municipalities generally exercising eminent domain powers under the state law and our charter provision. And in particular, because we really have been talking about in the context of the rights of ways in the fire
Right.
district. And look at it particularly in the context of the application of that 1, 2, 3, 4, in light of one public body exercising eminent domain power over another. I did a very kind of preliminary informational for you on what other states that have looked at it. A lot of states haven't looked at it. It's not that typical, but I'm happy to do a 1, 2, 3, 4. All I ask is that the 1, 2, 3, 4 not be taken for granted, that you know that you have to look at those steps in light of this, these issues that I outlined for you. I'd be happy to do that.
Correct. That would be great because again, I think the townspeople are we're looking a little bit more for, this is how you do it. Boom, boom, boom. And then also maybe put a little disclosure at the end of that of what you just said about
Sure.
looking at it so that, you know, we're protected and in your analogy.
I'll put it, I certainly will. I just want to make sure that, because I don't want to say swung and missed, but I didn't, maybe I fouled it off. I want to make sure that I am completely responsive to your question.
No, I wouldn't say necessarily that you swung and missed. You know, your work is so valued. I appreciate it. And I just, you know, I like to think maybe we just were on different
Good.
playing fields a little
Happy
bit.
to
but
do it.
That's fine.
Happy to do it.
That would be great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Anything else with the solicitor? Moving on, town clerk.
I just wanted to report on the recall petition. The deadline for signatures was Thursday, July 17th, and no signatures were received.
Thank you. That's a good report. Agenda referrals and backlog agenda, items to be assigned to future agendas.
Yeah, Mr. President. And it's not for the discussion night, but a majority of us asked for the agenda list to be attached to the agenda. So I would again, and I'll make a motion if I have to, but a majority of the council had that desire to have it attached to the agenda like it had been on the prior council. And then I'd like to add one. And
So
that,
you got, just to
yes,
flesh this out, you got the agenda as an attachment, and you got the agenda as an open, agenda referrals, I should say. The agenda referrals as a document, and you got the agenda referrals as an open document within the email. You're saying that's not what
attach
you
it to the
got?
agenda. Just put it on there. Everybody sees it. It comes in my packet like that. And you know, I printed this thing off at home and I can barely read it. And I'm not going to strain my eyes with it. So, again, the majority of the council expressed.
The majority of the council got what you asked for. That's why I'm
No,
questioning.
it's
it.
not attached to the agenda.
So where would you put it on the agenda?
Right where agenda referrals and backlog agenda is on 9F. Same place that had been before.
I wasn't on last
Right,
term.
it
You
was.
don't remember.
All right, my apologies, but right on 9F, agenda referrals backlog agenda, it goes right under there. I don't know, item 1 or whatever, however the clerk wants to title it. It was actually listed, I think, last meeting, but it just wasn't attached. So it just goes to sub item under there.
Yeah, just so the public knows, we sent out the backlog, but it's not in the spot that you're looking for, so we'll move it over.
Just put it in, all right, thank you. And then I'd like to add an agenda item, and that's to have a draft agenda sent to all councilors by close of business Wednesday for all council regular meetings.
That goes against our rules. I'm not
No, it
going to
doesn't.
honor that.
It doesn't go by our rules, and all it takes is a second council. put it
I
on.
second that. It doesn't go against our rules. I'll second that.
Yeah, we don't have time to do that.
It doesn't go against the rules, Mr. President. You'd be
Put it on the
violating.
agenda. We can go over the rules on our agenda.
I know what the rules.
It's not in our rules.
It's not on the rules.
The president sets the agenda.
He's not asking to set the agenda. He's asking for a draft agenda to come out to us on Wednesday. That's all.
Yep.
Well, I could show up to every single agenda meeting for the rest of the year. You can
You
have.
do it anyways.
Well, then,
Councilor
if that's
Petrie.
what you want.
Yeah,
You can attend, seems like
It's-
you don't have a job,
it's
but
not,
you can't participate.
Well, don't let the nice tan fool you. I do have a job.
it's not a discussion, but also prohibiting people from going. I mean, last time I had 3 different counselors come to the agenda setting meetings and it was no big deal.
Yeah, you can sit in the room, but
You
you
know.
just can't participate. That's
So,
fine. You did it once.
well, so anyway, again, it's not for a discussion topic tonight, but please
It's
on the
not-
agenda.
It's not up for discussion.
Well, I didn't ask for it today,
It's not an edict either.
but it goes on the agenda referral list because the second council requested.
Okay, it's on the referral list.
It'll go on there. We'll talk about it. I'll keep talking and talking about it.
Go with it, Bill. You're looking good.
Thank you, thank you.
You're so relaxed. Yes, Councilor. Shalaba.
If I may, as far as the agenda referral and backlog agenda list, that was actually something Counselor Aiello did at the last term. It was never anything that was ever put on by prior councils. It's a working document and everybody gets emailed it. And you had mentioned last meeting, Counselor Aiello, that for some reason my attachment was the only attachment you couldn't open. So I also copied and pasted it in the email. So when you open your email, it's right there. I don't see why we need to have that out there on, when everybody gets the information ahead of time. That's all I want to say about that.
Any agenda referrals?
Right.
Yes, Councilor Healy.
Do we have to do a referral for the workshop?
We can emphasize that, sure.
Okay. If that's okay there was no vote.
So workshop on short-term rental. Anything else? Yes.
The solicitor was gracious enough to convert my resolution to an ordinance that would prohibit any infrastructure on the sandy part of Napatri Point. I was hoping that would get on an agenda for the 9/15 court date, just on the outside chance it may spark some sort of discussion with the Watch Hill Fire District, if that could be put on for the August 4th meeting. And Mr. Conley, is that all set to go? As far, yeah?
Can I ask, Mr. Solicitor, the court case that's in front of Judge Carter, Sarah Taft Carter, is that about ownership of Napatri Point, the right of way, or is that about improvements to the right of way of Napatri Point?
So the lawsuit is one of the counts is a quiet title action, which is about ownership. That's, the term is a quiet title action, but it's about ownership, in which they allege that that they own the property. And it also alleges that we have, slanted title by certain actions that have taken place. And so that's a general description of that.
So the resolution suggested by Councilor LaPetra was whoever owns it, we're not going to put a road down it. I mean, it's apples and oranges, isn't it?
Right. So the context for that is that one of our allegations in our counterclaim and one of our theories in support, one of our legal theories in support of the right-of-way is a public road theory. And there's a statute in Rhode Island that requires as proof to establish that the word is right of carriage, which in our days now means motor vehicles. And so some of the discussion that's revolved around that issue in the case is if a town has a municipality, town of Westerly, that's a public road, they would have the right, based on that statute, to construct roads. And the answer is, yes, there would be the right to do that. But there's a difference between having the legal right to do it and actually doing it. And so that's been our position in the lawsuit. That although we do assert that legal theory, and so we, in support of that, based on the statute, we need to assert that right, that it's a public road. That we've never had any intention of actually constructing any kind of public road improvement. And so that's where the issue comes into play in the lawsuit.
Okay.
I'm
Sure.
sorry, I forgot an agenda item. If we can add on, like a training type of resolution or something along those lines for the council where we can actually see or make sure that we're doing, even if it's just the basics of ethics. I mean, I would hope we can add on to it, but if we could start somewhere.
Yes, I expected Council Niemeyer and Council Healy to put forth a number of suggestions for the committees, in particular the Appointments Committee. So that would be a future action.
Another referral, agenda referral, abolish the appointments committee.
Second.
There's a second.
So, I'm sorry, I didn't hear what Ms. Healy said, and I didn't hear what Bill Aiello just said.
My request was for the training resolution or whatever we decide, if we edit our rules, that the council has some sort of direction on training for us. Any type of training would be good.
And Bill said he'd like to abolish the appointments committee, and I second that.
Any other referrals? Councilor Niemeyer.
Yes, as stated earlier, I'm going to refer Counselor Vandover and myself both for admonishment.
Okay, any other referrals? Very good. Request for town manager by councilors.
Some quick, we have HR, we have a whole training modules with thousands of training. I mean, I could come up with training that, but the problem you're gonna have is we can't make you watch we can suggest you watch the training videos, but we can't force you to do it. So we have thousands of modules. I can have them put something together on. We have to watch them all the time. Every month we get training, we have to go through and watch them. But we can make the employees do it. We can't make the councilors do it.
This agenda referral would go through you. I mean, the training, it's not gonna go through.
Well,
You're
pay
in charge of it.
$30,000 a year for a program. We take advantage of it.
Yeah, so whatever you suggest,
Don't
Yeah.
kill me, Mr. Manager. My only request is, do you think that it would be worth getting a memo or anything from the Board of Finance when it comes to the lead project that we're looking at, with the two different options of, yes, one is a lot more expensive, or we need this, we need to move forward with it. My biggest fear was when they said, maybe the 6 million. That's where I'm going with that.
Well, I think we move forward. The idea is to move forward with the contract and they come back to us with the figures of money they received. And then we either move forward or you don't move forward based on what we got.
Okay,
We
so we
wouldn't
should,
get, I mean, the finance, I don't know because if we don't do that, you're up to 30 some odd $1 million if you do it over the next.
yeah,
10
no,
years.
I totally
Yeah.
agree. I was going
So
off of the chart.
my thing would be, I'll get the contract, everyone, but if the council chooses to adopt the contract, then we'll come back with, we'll know what type of financing we're gonna get or what type, the key is if it's 16 and they get a 6, that means we owe 10, right? I
Mhm.
mean, that's, but you have to do the whole application process through the grant process and the infrastructure bank. And that's the same process we deal with on all the financing options with the town.
I think it was just a suggestion. I think we all kind of wanted to get the Board of Finance a little bit more involved, and I didn't know if this would have been a good step. If it's not, totally understandable. I'm sure there'll be plenty of other opportunities. I apologize.
Any requests of the town solicitor by councilors? Councilor Niemeyer.
Yeah, we talked about it over the phone, but I just wanted to reiterate the request for a set of recommendations on how to shore up the interview process, provided there is one.
Okay. Anything else? Okay, moving on. Citizens' comments. This is a section where the citizens can speak on any subject. They have 5 minutes of an opportunity to speak. There's a sign-up sheet, and the only person on the sign-up sheet is Maurice Devine.
Interesting. Good evening, everyone. My name is Morris Devine. I live here in Westerly. Kind of been through that already. However, I am remiss. I didn't greet you all properly. President Duhamel, respective councilors, Town Manager Lacy, Solicitor Conley, Clerk LeBlanc, Town Sergeant Falcone, Captain in Chief. Thank you very much for coming tonight. Fellow citizens and guests. Just going to speak very, very quickly on item 9C. Much of it has been covered. I find it very, very refreshing that while we're told on one hand, we can't even begin to think about pushing back on federal law and state law, when we're asking questions that seem to, in tone and timbre, do the same thing when it comes to immigration. Fascinating. Climate. Some of us go from hands off to no kings, anti-ICE, watered down kind of a version from what we hear from House of Representatives Sanchez in the Rhode Island legislature, some of the vitriol that's being spread around up there, and then nationally. I think this is a time that we need to trust in the integrity of our law enforcement and the rest of our exposed emergency services community, because they deal with issues as well as a team together, and they're all caught in the backlash. I think it's very, very interesting. It's nice to know that perhaps things might not have been understood as intended or intended as was understood. I think the apologies were good. In light of all the other discussion about apologies tonight, this was an entire community. Was that enough? Upholding due process. If ICE is involved with anybody and needs assistance from the police department, chances are that due process was not followed when someone came here. What makes us think that due process is due on the other end? They're just doing a job. As bristly and ugly as it may have to be, they're doing a job. They're following the procedures. If people had followed procedures and gone along the right path, they won't necessarily need to worry about if ICE is in town or not. So support our police. I think it's very, very important, especially with this. It does get to be difficult. And as far as how some people may think that this is not the way that we want to shape the town and how we want to do it, I think the town overall is in pretty good shape. I don't think we need to be shaped by cosmopolitan ideas from elsewhere in the state. Let's concentrate on what's good for Westerly, good for everybody that's here, and good for everybody that makes this town run. It might not be a well-ordered machine, and none of us are perfect. But on the other hand, I think that everybody involved is doing a great job with the best of intentions and concerns. But especially with what's going on from coast to coast right now, I really do think that we need to foursquare unquestionably support our law enforcement and the administration that allows them to do what they need to do, sometimes under conditions that are unfavorable and unpleasant for everybody involved. So, and as the author of the original resolution,
that I drew in parallel. The reason it's maybe not valid because of dates, that had been pushed back 5 times since March, starting with the expression by that man, 4 times by myself, and other times by town councilors. I wonder why. Was it to delay everything until the vote up on Federal Hill was done, seemingly so that the people in Westerly were once again ignored by the state legislature? Nice work. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the audience? That concludes, everyone signed up on the sign-up sheet. Anyone wish to speak at this time? Please come to the podium and state your name and address.
Thank you for letting me speak. My name's Donna Parsonen and I live on 29 Haversham Road. I would like to say a few comments regarding the short-term rental, the direction that any ordinance might go. And I also stood here some weeks back because this has been on the agenda several times. And in some respects, I want to repeat what I said then. Once again, what is the goal of the short-term rental ordinance? I've been sitting here each week that you put it on the agenda, and I still don't understand what you want to achieve by your short-term rental ordinance. Yeah, the goal. And if you do come up with a goal, what, as I said the last time I was up here, if you propose an ordinance, are you going to be able to reach your goal with that proposed ordinance? Whatever that goal might be. And if you do make an ordinance, please make it drafted as narrow as possible to reach the goal that you're trying to achieve. When you're coming up with your proposed ordinance, if there is a goal, please look at data. I believe there are approximately 300 short-term rentals in Westerly. How many of those are a room in someone's house? That's also different than if it's an entire house or some aspects of proposed goals. One thing I want to say regarding data is Airbnb. I have a short-term rental and it's listed on Airbnb. And Airbnb, as far as I know, provides a service to cities. It's called a city portal, and it's a toolkit for policymakers. Perhaps you'd like to look into that and take advantage of what Airbnb can supply you with. If you want me to send you a link to what I've found, I will, or if you want me to get you in touch with Airbnb, I can. And then, yes, as I said the first time I was up here, please don't forget our US Constitution, in particular Amendments 1, 3, 4, and 5. And today, a workshop was mentioned. I don't know what workshop means. So is that just all of you? Who's going to be sitting on this workshop? Is there going to be someone who gives the perspective of a short-term rental owner on the workshop? I don't know, perhaps Lisa Siciliano would be interested. I don't know. I'm not her, but she seems to be able to express herself very well. If there isn't someone representing short-term rentals on the workshop, who can propose the questions that you're answering in your workshop? Can questions be submitted? listening to your discussion, those things came to my mind. And on a totally different topic, you, the new business 8B, the EDC marketing. I really liked your suggestion, Rose, about bringing more education into the town as a year-round. I wanted to say that because when you were speaking, I was like, wow, that's a super idea. So perhaps one could look at bringing in businesses and education, multi-pronged. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else in the audience that would like to speak? Huh? Mr. Gagne.
Yes, thank you. John Gagne, 6 Narragansett Avenue. Couple of things, just, and Mr. Connolly's memo, talks about taking from one public entity to another. My understanding is the fire districts are a subdivision of the town of Westerly. And we're told they're not because they're set by the general law, Rhode Island general law. So, but the interesting thing is here is the cases that we point to, it's all about, you can't take it in eminent domain unless there's some benefit for the public. Meaning like you can't constrict. The first case in Pennsylvania, and not detrimental to the public. Well, I don't think it would be detrimental to the public. It would seem to expand out the public's rights. When you talk about Minnesota, government entity has a right to eminent domain, may not as general rule condemn public property, okay? Unless such authority is easily expressed under statutes, blah, 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 and prior use. But in Texas, they even talk about it like it's really important that we don't interfere with each other. But again, all of these cases point paramount importance is the public. So if it's a public entity and the public and they're acting as a public entity, great. But I guess the question becomes one, how does one define public? Do they define people in the fire district public, but not outside the fire district? So therein lies the rub that you have to work out and clarify with the solicitor. With regard to the other matters you were dealing with, and interesting, you did your referrals and that's great. But we had town employees and the actions of a town councilor was offensive to those town employees. I heard the manager said that, clear and simple. So the question becomes, good for the goose, good for the gander, and is Councilor Healy going to refer herself for censure by the council in this matter? Might have been unintentional, might have had the best intentions. We don't know what your intentions are. We only know what occurred. And it's interesting, a number of years ago, I read somewhere that there's only 3 or 4 types of people that will actually sign a check up to and including their lives. Those gentlemen right there have signed blank checks to this community. They will protect us. That gentleman there does too, your town sergeant. He will protect you. So he wrote a blank check to this community. They wrote a blank check to this community. Firemen do the same thing, okay? There are a number of first responders that do the same thing. We need to treat them with the utmost respect. We need to look at them and not assume that we need to check, do we have the background? As town councilors, are you constitutional law experts? Do you know the difference between the administrative, civil law and that? Do we? Do you have degrees in this matter? Do you have expertise in this matter? Listen, all of us do ourselves a favor. Stop watching cable TV, all the garbage all this garbage that's coming out. Just act like we're all human beings. Those gentlemen right there will do it. They will protect us. They protect us before. That gentleman over there told me when he was a young officer, he knew that if he walked into a bar and there was someone was being assaulted, he may have to get into an altercation. And he remembers being thrown around, he told me one time, thrown around by somebody bigger. But all you had to do was stay in the fight for 2 minutes and then officers would have come through the door to your aid. Have we ever signed up for anything like that? U.S. members of the U.S. military do. They sign up, you can take their lives. Blank check to this community. So these gentlemen offer a blank check to this community. They do it every day when they show up at work. We have to treat them with the utmost respect. So if we think we crossed the line, We think we all crossed the line, great. Then good for the goose, good for the gander, refer yourselves out. You're trying to do your best, I know, but you're getting caught up in stuff. It's about the roads. It's about the water. It's about making sure we have a safe community. It's about the celebrations. It's not about all this other stuff. And you know what? You come into this room and yeah, it's going to be a little rough. They all know it. But again, treat them with respect, have integrity and ethics, by the way. You should have undergone ethics training. It's on the AG's website. The AG offices all the time. I think I've sat through it 4 or 5 times sitting as a counselor.
Thank you. Anyone else who would like to speak?
Anthony Palazzolo, Milton Hill Road, North Stonington, Connecticut, licensed in Connecticut and California, not licensed in Rhode Island. Nothing I say should be construed as an opinion of law. I speak on rights-of-way matters merely as a would-be user of these rights-of-ways. I'd like to talk about Niantic Avenue right-of-way. You're in the presence of greatness tonight, folks. Here he is right here. Tom McAndrew, highly skilled attorney and represents homeowners in the vicinity of Niantic Avenue. I've heard him repeatedly claim that that's a private right-of-way and not a public right-of-way. I've submitted a mountain of material to the CRMC and to the Harbor Management Commission and to the Westerly Town Council, reflecting my personal opinion that Niantic Avenue was accepted as a public right-of-way on August 5th, 1940, under the precedent of Newport Realty, by which
Please address your comments to
I am.
the chair.
I'm talking to you.
Okay. You look like you're looking the other way. That's why I asked.
Going to police my eyes now?
No, I can see your face.
I will look where I please. This is the people's podium. I'll thank you not to interrupt me.
There's a respect that is afforded to people.
I'm
at the
talking
podium.
to you, and that's what I'm required to do. Please don't interrupt me. 1886. Subdivision map was recorded, town records. 1886. 2 of the lots on that map were sold with reference to that map. They described the roadway, the right-of-way as a roadway. There was nothing I didn't break this, I promise you. There was nothing in the map. There's nothing in the deeds indicating that it was intended to be private. Since then, there's a mountain of evidence that the public had used that. And of course, that incipient dedication, in my personal opinion, was very obviously accepted by the Westerly Town Council on August 5th, 1940. I've provided you with innumerable copies of these things. I've heard Mr. McAndrew talk about the Nancy Latondra quote, opinion, legal opinion. I don't know how you could call it that. It's like a naked assertion. She doesn't cite anything. But I know for a fact that Mr. McAndrew knows a lot about this. A lot. So I would love it if he would come up and explain to all of us why I'm wrong. Why Niantic Avenue was not a public right-of-way for 80 years when your town council made the error of removing it from the harbor management plan and removing it from the comprehensive plan. Now, just the other day, you asked Bill Conley, with respect to Niantic Avenue, essentially, once a right-of-way, always a right-of-way, correct? He said yes. It's the first time he's been writing in I don't know how long. So in my view, Niantic Avenue was erroneously removed from these documents. It was never abandoned. It's still a town right-of-way, has been since 1940, and I would request that you sign it and post it and maintain it as a public right-of-way. Let's see if Mr. McAndrew has anything to say about that.
Thank you. Anyone else in the audience that would like to speak?
Good evening, Carrie Dunn, 7 South Essex, Westerly. And I promise you I'll be very brief. It is super late. We've been through a lot. I just want to follow on a little bit with a couple of the clarifying questions that Donna was asking in regard to the short-term rental. The short-term rental workshop. Just clarity on what that is, who's on that committee, council, workshop, what that means, who that entails, and who participates, and if there will be somebody from the short-term rental community that might be able to offer an opinion from that side. And if not that, can the short-term owners forward questions to the clerk that could be addressed at that workshop if there is not a representative there? And in addition, obviously understanding what the definition of that workshop is, will there be clear goals and a scope of that workshop? Will that be published? And will there be agendas and or minutes come out of that workshop for it to be transparent to the community on what that workshop is, where it's going? I don't understand if that's going to be a multi-meeting workshop, or how that's going to be run. The organization of that is unclear. So if we could just get some clarity on that, it would be appreciated. And lastly, somewhat unrelated, but regarding these short-term rental funds, we have now increased the fee from 50 to 500 annually. Other than purchasing the software and maintenance of the software, what are those fees being used for on an annual basis? I believe that should be transparent to the folks paying the fees as well in the community. So thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it. Have a good rest of your evening.
Thank you. Any other people that would like to speak that's in the audience? Seeing none. Council's response limited to 5 minutes per councilor. Councilor Vandover.
I won't take 5 minutes. I just want to touch real quick on what John said. I like what he said. There's only so many people that will write a blank check for the town and for the country, military, police, firemen. And what is good for the goose is good for the gander. And I'm looking around as council. I might be the only one up here that's above reproach, I'm starting to think. So that could be possible. But the rest of my citizens' response or council's response, I want to talk about the short-term rentals. First off, the fee increasing from 50 to 500. What are we doing with that?
Put the clock on, please.
Go ahead. This will be a minute or two. You ready? Go ahead, Pat. We did go from 50 to 500. What are we going to do with that? Whatever we want. Okay, you pay property taxes, you pay a lot of things. We're going to do whatever we want with that money. So, we could go, most towns are at 1,000, 1,500, 2,000. If it ever gets to a point where it's too much, don't do a short-term rental anymore. What are our goals for the short-term rentals? To save our housing stock for year-round citizens, which in turn will help year-round residents find homes. It will help our school enrollment, employment for year-round businesses. But most importantly, what we're really trying to do is maintain the integrity of our neighborhoods. That will be our first, second, and third goal, maintain the integrity of our neighborhoods. So, and please, any problems you have, any questions you have, we would like to hear them. Send them into the clerk. And I would say one last thing in closing, because I saw Carrie here and I'm not sure, but I would say any ordinance that we do draft or do approve are not going to affect owner-occupied houses. We're not looking to stop anyone who is just trying to rent out their own home. This is to stop somebody from coming into town and buying 4, 5, 6 homes and taking them off the housing market, okay? So it might not even affect you. And that's all I have to say on that.
Thank you. You ready now?
Mr. Chief and the Assistant Chief, I just want to tell you that I think we have a really awesome police department. Back in the 80s, I can remember that the police department was so respected. It was incredible. I mean, the Westerly Police men were coming and everybody was like, okay, we got to keep it in order. And that was a long time ago, but the 80s were another time. But I just want to commend you and thank you for sticking it out through this entire meeting. It's appreciated. I'm happy to see you here for more reasons than just that for tonight. And also, as far as the short-term rentals go, yeah, questions, absolutely submit them, please. And also the workshop, it's going to be an open meeting, I believe. You can come, you can ask questions there, you can, somewhat participate, you can hear what we're saying. After, again, it should be recorded so that if you cannot make it, you should be able to hear it and know exactly what we talked about. And again, keep submitting your questions, concerns, and what have you not. And thank you again for everybody that came out. Have a good evening.
Anyone else? Council Healy?
Thank you, everyone, for sticking around. It's far after 11, so I appreciate it. I just wanted to touch on the short-term rental real quick. I agree with a lot of things that Councilor LaPetra said. The integrity of our neighborhoods is number one, our housing stock. Those are my goals. And I also agree that I think there needs to be seriously clear language on the difference between somebody renting out a room, somebody that is a full-time Westerly resident and has an Airbnb or whatever, versus an LLC coming in, buying our housing stock and flipping it. Those are my goals. I think it sounds like Councilor LaPetra and I are pretty similar on that. I don't want to speak for him. It's nice to have that. I do, Mr. Gagne, there's no one being censured. That's not on the table. And a workshop. So I've only been a part of one workshop and it was with our school committee. So I do not know how it will be set up. I don't want to give false pretenses, but you can expect to hopefully be in here. There will be literally a round table. The council is able to be around it and have free conversation versus needing to do this one time. You only have a few minutes and it's more of a collaborative situation. When we were speaking on this, the town manager put up the idea of being able to put out a system for residents to send in their questions. And then Councilor Vandover requested getting the questions that were listed earlier by Ms. Ferraro. So I'm hoping that once this workshop gets its wheels going, we're going to have all of that information because I know I certainly don't want to just go signing stuff without knowing all of the data. I was very thankful for the pinpoints today on the map. I hope that we can keep getting some more data, and I think that the workshop will really help. So I expect it to be recorded, and there will be it's a normal type of meeting, so the agenda needs to come out, the minutes will have to come out and be approved and whatnot. So I'm hoping that this is a collaborative situation that we can kind of curate up here where it's not just, I don't want it to feel like it's us against you or anything along those lines. I want to be able to see the entire community make their case. I think that's it. Mr. Palazzolo, as always, thank you for coming, talking about Niantic Ave. I think it was spoken about earlier on not only the respect coming from this side, but that side as well. We just got to have it on the same level. I say that for myself as well.
Thank you.
Hold on, one more thing. I'm so
Okay.
sorry. Okay, maybe not. I lost it. Oh, I do. Training. The ethics being online and our system being here, I'm more than happy to see us use a system that's already in place. My point being is that yes, the resources are there. But we have other committees such as, I believe, our zoning board, they have to go for educational purposes. I just want to see that incorporated into our council as well. We hold ourselves at a high standard. So I am looking for that to be in writing. That's all.
Very good. Council Shalaba.
Real quick, thank you, everybody, for coming. Chief, Captain, you know how I feel. And I think maybe, I think only one other counselor here has taken the police academy. I think maybe the rest of this council shouldn't get to really know what you guys do.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yeah, might as well join the party. I've also been to the Citizens Police Academy, very worthwhile if anybody hasn't been. Yeah, and you can tell there's been through several ethics trainings and various trainings. It's there, it's available at state level, online. The clerk keeps us well informed. But when the state's coming and other things, we can have the solicitor provide us additional training. You know, and the longer you've been on, the more you know. And so it's a lot of common questions from newly assigned people to the council, newly elected people to the council. So time will tell. Really briefly on short-term rentals, it's a process. Nothing would happen overnight. And whether it's a workshop, informational hearing, something, it just depends on how it's set up. But it can be it can be open. It still needs to be somewhat organized so you can actually get things accomplished. So people could be limited, you know, of course you want one person speaking at a time and basic rules like that. But you can set it up so that the public can ask questions, participate. We've done it before. And it just, the president just needs to set it up correctly on the agenda. So it could be a very meaningful, and what it's called, it doesn't matter to me what it's called, but it'd be a very good process. And because it's zoning, nothing will get approved in one night. And we have there's a whole process, and it literally takes a couple of months to work through it. So no fears about if you can't make it one night, that, you know, don't worry about waking up the next morning and seeing something in the newspaper that something changed. It won't happen. All right. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Mike?
Thanks, everyone, for coming out. I really appreciate this level of public engagement we've seen tonight. Chief, Captain, thank you. And thank you to the folks under you and for all they do. Again, thank you for the public engagement. This has been a great evening.
That concludes. I want to also thank Chief Gingerella and Captain Medina for being at this meeting and walking us through the questions. Thank the town manager for his oversight and his review. And lastly, I want to just say that the short-term rental, the workshop session, you definitely have to show up. You have to be here and to interact with the council to get the concerns that you experience to the counselors. The workshop is consistent of these 7 people right here. And I don't operate short-term rentals. I don't know if anyone else does, but we need your input on that. And like I said, I've had people contacting me on both sides of the issue. So yeah, please stay involved with this council. With that said,
Motion to adjourn.
I'll second.
second by Council Van Dover, all in favor? We are adjourned.